You right here. Yeah. You can look at the screen from here. Oh yeah. So yeah, you can just tell me. You can just. Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are at this moment. My name is Steve Everett. I'm the provost at the Graduate Center of the City University of New York, and I want to welcome you to this wonderful symposium, really celebrating the work and ideas and music of Meta-Xenakis. For me personally, this symposium has particular significance. As a music major back in 1972, I think I remember the day that I heard for the first time Pitha Prakta and Metastasis. It really opened the door for a whole me thinking about what music could be, how it could be understood, how it could be thought about. So it really was a transformative moment for me. And I really think about my whole career as an interactive computer music composer really goes back to that moment, I believe, of really understanding what Xenakis really offered to our thinking about music. So in some ways, Xenakis has been developed in some ways a framework which maybe is a lingua franca for composers. I know in all my experience of working through my career, anywhere I go, when you start talking about music, you end up sort of finding your way back to some of the ideas that Xenakis has really developed and made available to us. So the ideas of music that Xenakis really brought took this impetus from really the physical sciences, from mathematics, from areas which really had not been so integrated in modern times into musical thinking. So when we talk about probability mathematics, we talk about the Einstein theories of Brownian movements, we talk about stochasticisms, pitch sieves, cellular autonoma. Many of these are concepts that really emanated from Xenakis and had been sort of a part of the thinking for most composers and even architects today. When we talk about Xenakis, I think we also have to really recognize the work of one person, Sharon Kanak, who has been her entire life has spent really working with Xenakis and trying to translate a lot of his works. I know most of the books that I have read and taught for many years, she has been the primary translator of those and really kept the legacy of Xenakis alive. In addition to Sharon, I want to thank her for she runs the Xenakis project here at the Grad Center. She also runs the Centre Xenakis in France, which I believe she's still there at the moment. And we're really thankful for her work, keeping his work alive and really transmitting it to so many people around the world. Other people we have today, the two keynote speakers, James Harley and Curtis Rhodes, also have been fantastic at being great scholars of keeping the Xenakis alive. And also I want to thank Carrie Lovelace, who's here with us today, who's also was in the regional Xenakis seminar, I believe, with Sharon, and we'll be bringing some more words in just a few minutes with that. So I want to thank each of the presenters and all the scholars who have made an effort to give your generous contributions to this really 100-year celebration of Xenakis's work. I would now like to also introduce Barbara Dobbs McKenzie, who is the director of the Brooke Center for Music Research and Documentation at the Graduate Center. She's also has been the longtime executive director of the Repertoire International de Littérature Musicale, which is RILM, which I think I remember using RILM for the first time in 1972, 50 years ago. And she's also a member of the PhD program in music at the Graduate Center and has a PhD in musicology from the University of Michigan. And she's been organizing this event today, so I welcome Barbara to the stage. So welcome, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve, and hello, everyone, in person and virtually. I want to echo Steve's words of warm welcome to the Graduate Center of CUNY. I'm going to tell you just a little bit about the Brooke Center, which is hosting the conference today. So the Brooke Center, the Barry S. Brooke Center for Music Research and Documentation, was established by the eminent scholar Barry S. Brooke. And he actually started the doctoral program in music here also. And I'm going to read you a very brief description of our center that he wrote years ago because it's still exactly accurate. The Center for Music Research and Documentation is a scholarly facility whose objectives are to promote and provide a setting for wide-ranging research and documentation activities in music, to offer professional training to students, music researchers, editors, iconographers, archivists, and documentionalists, and to serve as a resource center for university, city, and nation, and to disseminate the results of its activities to the scholarly community and the world at large through seminars, publications, conferences, and exhibits. So you can see that today is exactly in line with our mission. Dr. Brooke died in 1997, at which point the center was renamed for him, hence the Brooke Center. But there's another Brooke that is core not only to our center, but today's event that I want to bring up also. And that's Claire Brooke. She was not only Barry Brooke's spouse, but she was an eminent person in the music world in her own right as a composer, but especially well known as an editor and publisher of scholarship about music. And she ran the music department at W.W. Norton for many, many years when so many foundational texts came out of Norton on music. That was all under her guidance. She has always been a big supporter of the center. She died 10 years ago, but she was particularly germane in establishing the Meta-Xenakis project of the Americas at the Brooke Center. She knew Sharon, and they'd done a bunch of projects together. And that's really why Xenakis has a presence here at the Brooke Center. So I want to tip my hat to Claire, even in absentia. The Brooke Center comprises many projects and documentation endeavors, including, in addition to Xenakis, RILM that Steve just mentioned, which is the main bibliography and provider of full text of scholarship about music. And we also have the Research Center for Music Iconography, which publishes a journal called Music in Art, the Foundation for Iberian Music, Music in Gotham. I won't tell you what all these are, but you can find out on the website. And our most recent addition is the International Foundation for the Theory and Analysis of World Musics. They're new to us, and we're very excited about them joining us. We have a new book series coming out. The first book is being published next week on modern music. In fact, we wish it had been here, but next week. And we have two more conferences coming up, one in April on digital musicology, one in June on the theory and analysis of world music. So stay tuned. And now to take the spotlight off the Brooke Center and onto Xenakis, I would like to introduce Carrie Lovelace. She's one of the principal organizers, of course, today. And there's so much to say about her. And I know my time is limited, so I'm going to rush through just a few things. She is an Andrew and Marian Heiskell visiting critic at the American Academy of Rome. And for over 2 decades, she's written for publications including the New York Times, the Los Angeles Times, Ear Magazine, Ms. Art Forum, Art in America, and Flash Art. She was co-commissioner of the Venice Biennale, the U.S. Pavilion, I think, in 2013. She's an award-winning playwright. She's a composer. I can go on, but because time is limited, that just gives you a little flavor of Carrie if you don't know her already. And I will now pass the podium to her.
Thank you so much, Barbara. And I just want to welcome our audience here in live in New York, and also just trying to get this also around the globe who are tuning in for the second leg of the Meta-Xenakis Symposium, which is happening internationally, celebrating the centenary of the Greek-born, Paris-residing composer's birth. Many years ago, when I was a young avant-garde composer, lucky enough to be living in Paris, I was even luckier to attend a class at the Sorbonne taught by Meta-Xenakis. And there I cemented a friendship with another budding American composer, Sharon Koenig, the impresario of this mega event, this international 41-hour celebration of Xenakis's life, his work, and his thought, because he truly was a revolutionary thinker of the 20th century. Through some magic of fate, my friendship with Sharon endured even after I moved here to New York and changed careers, becoming an art journalist, among some of the other things that Barbara was listing. But meanwhile, Sharon stayed in Paris to pursue a prospering career as a composer. And one day, many years later, she came to visit me in New York, and we were drinking coffee. And she said, by that time, she had become very close to Xenakis in his later years. And in particular, after he died, she was responsible for organizing his papers at the Bibliothèque Nationale. And she was just going through those papers at the time. And she said, these papers are like amazing. She was so struck by their physical beauty of the preparatory drawings and the graphic scores. And she said you should come and see it. And I was just thinking, maybe this would make us a nice little, university gallery show. We'll put something small together. And so she's invited me to come to the BNF. I came, and looking at these kind of boxes and boxes of material, it was clear that these truly were treasures. Xenakis, of course, was a draftsman, an architecturally trained engineer, and he thought visually. And what I saw in all those dusty boxes at the BNF was indeed exhibition worthy. And given Sharon's expansive, generous, and ambitious imagination, as you can see here with this kind of mega event, and the quality of what was there, what was first conceived as a kind of minor toss-off exhibition became a major exhibition at a noted Manhattan art space, accompanied by numerous concerts all over New York, a film series, a recreation of the Phillips Pavilion with a kind of virtual reality Le Corbusier interior and Xenakis' score. And then it traveled to Montreal, to LA MoCA, to the Holland Festival, to the Berlin Academie der Kunst. And again, each time there were more and more events and features, including a recreation, a restaging of the Polytope of Persepolis and a remastering of Xenakis' original, recordings. So it was, that exhibition, Xenakis Composer, Architect, Visionary, was something that affected me intrinsically, not just launching my career as a curator, but also through what I learned from this intimate, if abstract, encounter with Xenakis, about his music, of course, and its pioneering relationship to mathematics and to architecture, but also to much more about Greek theater, the importance and function of engineering, immersive environments, mathematics is the foundation of natural process, about the golden mean, the random walk, about vertical cosmic cities, and how a rigorous visionary process can move mountains. Each time I thought I had come to the end of discoveries related to Xenakis, and a new universal principle popped into focus, and Sharon and I began to joke that it was the gift that keeps on giving. And then I know that each of the 13 speakers we'll have today have had their own transformative encounters with Xenakis, either personally or through his powerful opus. To say he was multifaceted is an understatement. During this New York-based segment, over the course of 8 hours, We will experience 10 presentations, some in person, some remote, as well as live performances and recorded performances. If there's time, we'll have Q&As after each presentation, and for some, the speakers will appear remotely. For those of us in this room, we're going to be taking 2 coffee breaks and lunch, and for our remote viewers, we will have programming that will be taking place during that time. The Meta-Xenakis Marathon had its start 8 hours ago, and then when we end at 6 p.m. sharp, we will be tossing to Tokyo. Then this round the world tour will go to Greece, and everything will end in Mexico. Because I believe that that's what it is. So if you end up in a different country, it'll be a surprise. Xenakis, as you know, is a man of numbers, and this centenary is actually happening 101 years after his birth in 1921, 22 years after his death in 2000. Actually 20 years after his death in 2002. In honor of binary systems, there are a lot of 2s and 1s involved. So everything is tightly scheduled today. We need to keep everything brief. So lengthy bios are available in the program. So we're going to keep the intros really super short. At 6 p.m. Exactly, we go to Greece. Greece is going to send us to Tokyo. So we have to cut things off right at that point. So we may have to forego Q&As after each session. So hopefully we'll have enough time. But and then at the lunch break, I will be handing things over to my co-moderator, Olga Tulumi, who will host the afternoon. So for those present here physically, after we bid our virtual audience goodbye, we're going to be running a film commemorating the electronic music pioneer and friend and champion of Xenakis, Joel Chataby. And I want to thank, in particular, Pedro Hernandez, who's our master of tech over there, who's going to be running it. It's a very technologically dense show. And then also to Steve Tomas, the CUNY's media master, who also helped us. So without further ado, and I think it's going to be like an amazing journey, so I'm glad you're here with us. Our first speaker is James Harley, composer, author, and professor of music, and author of a definitive biography of Xenakis. And he'll be giving an overview appropriately of the multidimensional practice of Xenakis. And here he comes. Can I help? Oh, you've got, I see.
Yep. This is going to be weird.
You should talk into the microphone right there.
Okay. Does that work?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm just going to sort of follow from here so I can stay on track rather than continuing to look over there. And
Where do you want to start?
I'm going to start at the beginning. So I just give you a signal, I guess. Anyway, thank you for having me here. Thanks to everybody online. And I was listening to some of the presentations in France this morning, and wishing that I could connect with those people. So hello to the people in Rouen. It's great to be here anyway. And especially thanks to Sharon, but also for all of the amazing work that's gone into making this happen all around the world. Something I think that Xenakis dreamed of, having some sort of global artistic event, if it could ever happen. And so that is happening in a way. So that's great. I just wanted to fill in, well, Carrie's already kind of mentioned what I wanted to focus on, and really my presentation comes out of some discussions I had over this past year with a friend of mine, Paul Steenhuisen, who produced a podcast talking about Xenakis and interviewing his daughter Maki. And we kept running around trying to find ways to articulate what Xenakis was all about, because he was about so much. And this concept of meta that has been put in place for this series of conferences right now was also what we kind of came up with, this idea of, and I'll touch on some of the background of it, but this idea of somebody who's bringing many disciplines to play on their work, and that is pretty unusual and unique in really. So let me just jump into this then. I'm going to go to my next slide. This is the when Xenakis presented his work to get a doctorate at the University of Paris. He had already gathered much of his writings, his thinking, and they ended up publishing the collection of really it was the discussion at his doctoral exam, and it's for those of us who've done doctorates, you know, it's not always clear that it should be published, but in this case it was quite a collection of people on his committee. So it's a very interesting. In fact, I believe it's also the first work that Sharon was involved in editing and publishing that and getting it translated. So the concept that was brought up there, and I've just got a few quotes from Xenakis here, was just this bringing together all of these different disciplines to produce artistic work, and of various kinds. And that's what I wanted to just take a little look at some of the things that he worked on. But what I discovered in sort of going through this recently is, you know, it's almost hard to imagine the amount of information that Xenakis was able to pull together, to draw on, to actually build, like doing really incredibly technical, elaborate work involving all kinds of, not just music, but all kinds of things. And I think it's good to just pay attention to that, because we tend to think about Xenakis as a composer, but he was so much more than that. Okay, next slide. And then this is just something that he had put together for this, for his doctoral exam, but also in the foreword for his book, Formalized Music, where he's trying to draw some connections between all of the various aspects of his work and background that go into it. So this is a kind of curvy photograph of this page from his book, but this interesting idea, mosaic of coherences, which mostly focuses on his musical work, but trying to touch on some of the mathematics, some of the concepts that go into his work. Okay, next one. So I wanted to just try and gather this, it was helpful for us in preparing this podcast just to think through what are the background. We're like, where does this come from? Besides him being extraordinary, really extraordinary, there was like, I think that studying engineering was one of the things. I'll come back to this, but engineering is a kind of interdisciplinary study. And that was what he studied. He had a background in all kinds of other education, and he had other interests, including music, but that's what he went to school to study. And somehow he got involved in all of these other things: architecture, mathematics, beyond what he learned in engineering school. He was really interested in engineering, in mathematics, and he continued to pursue those studies in his spare time, because he had so much spare time. He wasn't doing much else. And learning about computer programming, just stopping to think about what that meant in the 1950s, where there was almost nothing happening. He was really one of the absolute pioneers of computer programming, developing tools that would lead to music. And then the multimedia building and the lighting, and we'll come back to all of this just to touch on, but all of that is, any of these things would have been enough for many people, but becoming really an expert in all of these realms is what makes him incredible, I think. And also mentioning philosophy, like this really deep knowledge of Greek thought, not only Greek thought, but the whole history of especially of philosophy, which kind of is at the core of a lot of his work. Titles, but also meanings behind works and so forth. So next slide. I just threw this in just to remind us that there was a sense in the past of kind of a classical education. It came from Plato. This like the kind of knowledge that anybody who was educated would be expected to cover. So, and it's kind of interesting to think about. First of all, it's always interesting to know that this quadrivium, it's kind of the higher stage of studies, includes music. But what they really meant in terms of studying music was mathematics within a discipline of time. So music was, in this sense, was more abstract than we often think of it now, but nonetheless, it's interesting. And so somebody like Xenakis, coming out of a background, sort of a classical education when he was in school, at a private school, I guess residential school, where they were learning all kinds of elements that are less common these days, like learning Latin, Greek, philosophy, mathematics, some music, and so on and so forth. That was his education, and then he went on to specialize in engineering, civil engineering, which, as I said, would have involved mathematics, but also the practical, like the thing about engineering is you're using these like mathematics as tools to be able to do applied work. So engineering is never about mathematics, it's about what you do with it, like building things for a civil engineer, and eventually in an architectural context. So next slide. Just looking at these different disciplines then. I've already mentioned this really, but it's just this idea of having the tools, like the mathematics provides the tools for being able to realize other things. And the real leap, I think, that's quite unique was taking that idea of somebody where mathematics was completely second nature and kind of at the core of everything as an engineer, and then applying that to other artistic domains, music and architecture and everything else that he did. And we had this discussion in interviewing his daughter Maki. You know, she was almost traumatized in him continuing to tell her that she needed to study mathematics, and she really wasn't that interested as a kid. And but you know, for him just trying to understand that, he just knew from his own experience that that was kind of a core. And my own experience, having studied with him a little bit in his class at the Sorbonne, that he would recommend everybody study mathematics. If he came, you know, if you had any conversation with him and asked, well, what should I do? He would tell you to study mathematics. And so you taking that, just trying to understand that, because you, okay, but really I don't know anything about mathematics. So I'm not going to do that because I'm a musician. But from his perspective, it's mathematics wasn't a separate discipline. It was a core to everything. That's, you know, I think that's less common, but it comes from a sense of classical education and so forth. And certainly for an engineer, everything you would do would be, you'd be using those tools. Okay, next slide. Moving just to jump through his architectural experience. So he incredibly fortuitously and luckily he ended up he arrived in France. He had no money, he had no prospects, he didn't know anybody, but he got a reference that Le Corbusier was looking for an engineer to work in his studio. And there would have been, I'm not actually sure myself, but there would have been a number. It would have been not a tiny little studio, but many people working there. And at the time, this is also hard for us to imagine, but at the time, all of the calculations to do the calculations for estimating loads, how much concrete you have to build in order to put up a wall or a building, etc. All of that stuff was done by hand. So that's a lot of the job of an engineering assistant in a architectural studio, was doing that hand calculations. Computers would have been really attractive as Xenakis started to know anything about, you know, the possibilities of computers. It would have been really useful for that work of his. So anyway, he was involved in lots of other projects, but these were the main ones that he had more of an imprint on. The La Tourette, where he was able to, he did a number of things for that project, but he's mostly known for these musical forms, these windows that have this undulating proportions in terms of distance between glass, and that follows, you can read in his writings, but he follows sort of a Fibonacci proportions that he plays around with there to create something that really nobody had created before in architecture. And of course, the Phillips Pavilion, which he had a lot of ownership over the design of, you know, and architects still come back to this project because one of the interesting things as I've heard architecture students and I mean people at other Xenakis conferences talking about was this concept of not having a roof, not having walls and a roof, but having you know, a more fluid design, which was also not unique, but pretty unique at the time. Okay, next slide. So turning to Xenakis as a musician, I think it was something that he enjoyed putting out there, but this idea that he was a outsider, that he really started composing out of nothing, and you know, and incredibly original, all of which is true, but he did have a little background in music. He was interested in it. He did a little bit when he was in school. They had a choir. He sang. He learned. He listened to music. He learned to read music. That was part of his sort of, you know, classical education. But apparently during his time in Athens, which was interrupted constantly by political strife, war, and so forth, he did some studies in music, apparently learning harmony, counterpoint. At least he had a little bit of foundation. He knew how to write notes on a page and that kind of thing. And he was interested, clearly. But when he did end up in Paris, and he didn't plan any, he was just trying to get out of Greece. He ended up in Paris. He ended up with a job, which turned out to be really great for him, for his development, but it wasn't something he planned. And he wasn't planning on studying music. He did say that he would like to get away from being politically active, being part of the resistance in Greece. Of course, he had to get away because he would have died. But he just decided that politics wasn't the future for him. And he wanted to go into music, but he had a bit of a trajectory there. So he tried. I mean, it's actually pretty amazing and maybe it's just me, but I feel like it's pretty amazing to think that for somebody who has written no music virtually at all, that he would be approaching people like Honegger, Mio, Boulanger to ask for lessons. Like, what I want to learn about music, what should I do? Like, this is going to the top, absolutely. And he was not treated that well by them all, mainly probably because he just had no background. Whatever music he was bringing into them, would have been unsophisticated, I guess is one way to put it. But he was determined anyway, even though he was working full-time for Le Corbusier through that period. It was believed that it was Boulanger who suggested he contact Messiaen, who was more open and actually let him come to his classes, even though he wasn't officially enrolled. That turned out to be a really good thing. And Messiaen was, and there's a famous quote of Messiaen saying, I don't know what, this guy is not coming from the background that you would have he would never have been accepted at the conservatoire, but he has these other gifts. He's clearly got some kind of force of creativity that he's bringing to us. So he should just do his thing, his kind of, to put it colloquially, just go and do your thing. And don't worry about the fact that you're not keeping up with all of the sophisticated people at the conservatoire. And it was absolutely the best message he could have gotten from an esteemed, not only an esteemed teacher, but a composer like Messiaen. So he learned. I don't think he learned anything particularly technical in those classes, but he worked at music in his off hours. And, and his evolution was, if you look at his early music, which are now more available, and the evolution is amazing. That, within that period of him going to classes with Messiaen, he comes out with Meta-Xenakis within that period. Anyway, he also did a little writing on music. So he was clearly engaged, even though he had no real strong background at all. He was, I think, still coming from his background as a Greek. He wrote Problems of Greek Musical Composition, which has been published, republished, you can find it, and also maybe more provocatively, The Crisis of Serial Music, where he's criticizing the sort of prevailing trends in music, which is, just, I want to take that moment to just put yourself in the position of somebody who had really achieved almost nothing in music. His first Meta-Xenakis was performed in 1955, and famously it was a big provocation, but certainly shot him into attention as a composer. The same time he's publishing a criticism of what everybody else is doing. With good reasons, but it would have been provocative at the time. So he had a character of wanting to put his ideas forward clearly, very strongly. Okay, next slide. This, I don't know if you're going to be able to play it. Can you try? This was,
I think I can, yeah.
okay, see if that works. Hopefully we don't get an ad, a YouTube ad. There we are.
Il était une fois, dans la forêt, un oiseau. Deux oiseaux. Trois oiseaux. Des tas d'oiseaux.
That's enough. This, from 1952, it's, there's more of a choir part than this shows, but this is an example. I just wanted to indicate where he was coming from musically. He's writing music. This is but he's still thinking of the music that he knew from when he was living in Greece. So Greek influenced modal, etc., but also with an interest in poetry. Well, poetry, yes, but also the politics of the poetry, but also the the use of the instrument. So he's even in 1952 interested in more virtuosic or exploratory uses of the instrument, like in this case, the violas, playing harmonics and so forth. So even at that early stage, he was exploring things musically. And the text was Greek, and he continued to think in his background and what he was immediately drawn to in terms of the music he was working on was coming from that background, even though, like I said, he wasn't involved in it when he was in Greece, but he had some connection. So next slide is another early one. This trio called Zia, which it has different arrangements. There's one arrangement that has a men's choir. But anyway, this version has, this is a little more kind of showing a kind of nascent abstract thinking where he's working with, in this case, he's working with Fibonacci proportions. So he's pulled that in from his mathematical training and just wondering about creating patterns that are following that sort of asymmetrical set of proportions or durations or whatever. So he shows that in this work. I think I'll just skip listening to it. But it's so this was a little later, but still it shows that he's working at not only learning about writing for instruments, and in this case a voice, again with the Greek text, but that he's incorporating some of his abstract mathematical thinking into the music in a way that there are other composers who were interested in Fibonacci and golden mean and those kinds of things. Probably the closest model for Xenakis would have been Bartók, and he would have been aware of Bartók's music a little bit. Okay, next one, just jumping to then his work where he starts to combine elements. So he was involved in creating the architecture for the Phillips Pavilion. He was overseeing a lot of the project. So as sort of project manager, he was not only involved in the architectural creation, but also interacting with the engineers, with the technicians at the Philips who were installing the sound system, all of that stuff. So he would have learned a lot about the managing of a project, all the various elements that went into it. And he was able to produce a little piece of electronic music that was used sort of as famously known. Is used kind of as an interlude, while the main event, which was Varèse's work, Poème électronique, was played for like 8 minutes, and then a couple minutes of Xenakis, and people emptied the pavilion and filled up again. So can we play a bit of that? Everybody knows this, but just to remind us, let's see if you can get that. This is a couple years later, 1958. He's already interested in, and he's already been writing about like granular quantum and granular synthesis. That does not sound like it. It's the usual. One thing I would say about this, in terms of, like, he had a bit of time to fill, but he also was thinking about creating sound that would work in that pavilion. So the fact that there are many hundreds of loudspeakers, and the Philips had built a special routing hardware to send sounds from one speaker to another, which was pretty unique at the time. In fact, totally unique at the time. That he was able to consider what would make sense, like these granular sounds as burning charcoal or whatever it is also high frequencies, sharp attacks that disappear quickly. These are the kinds of things that acoustically you would track moving through the space really well. Like, this is the perfect thing, sounds to create, to demonstrate sound inside of this pavilion with the sound system. And so he had these interests of, from quantum physics going into granular sound, but he also was thinking, amazingly, thinking through what would work. And of course, most of us never got to experience this. Probably none of us, although there has been recreations. There was a project to kind of do a virtual reconstruction of the whole pavilion, but also the sound as it would have worked with the spatialization through the loudspeakers and so on. And that exists, and it's interesting. It's very interesting to hear that. In any case, that was like he was already working in the GRM group de recherche musicale studios in Paris. He'd already done an electroacoustic piece, so he had some familiarization of the studio technology, but not much. He'd done one piece before this. So his ability to master, technology and ideas and so on, we should just keep in mind that it was amazing. So next slide. Shifting to then his work as a computer music pioneer, as he really was. He had worked out this fundamental phases of a musical work, was something that he had theorized before he had anything to do with computers. But he was thinking through what it means to create a piece of music. And in his book, Formalized Music, you get a bunch of algebraic supports for these different phases. I always think that it's important to remember that you start with ideas. You don't start with a theory. So in initial conceptions is the creative part. I'd like to explore something like, glissandi in an orchestra or whatever, and then working out the ways to do that. Next slide. Then he kind of readapted this into what you could do with a computer. Because especially, I think if we had more time, the work that he did for, especially I'm thinking of his piece Pithepracta, which was written around this time in 55, 56. That the amount of work that went into him, like it's got many sounds. It's a kind of another example of granular thinking of sound, but the stochastic organization with many, many events. They were all calculated according to probabilities, all done by hand at that time. And along with his work as an architectural assistant with Le Corbusier, the kind of work he had to do really led him to wonder if there's better ways to do this. And the computer, knowing about possibilities of computer technology led him to really want to invest time into learning more about it. So the next slide gives us kind of his algorithm. And when he was, so it's kind of an adaptation of what he'd already theorized, but it's really, if I'm going to figure out a computer program, and again, there were no computer programs, so it's difficult for us to remember that. There was no language, there was no computer music thing, there was nothing at all. So he had to really conceive this from scratch. There were other people working on this at the same time, but it wasn't, there were no tools developed yet. So he had to develop it all. He had to learn a computer language. I believe Fortran was the one, and he had to, conceive like this sort of a flow chart, or could be translated into a flow chart, was then what he had to do all the programming for. So by 1962, he had access to a computer. This is something my students really don't believe, that there was one computer in France, one computer, and he had to pay a lot of money or be given an award to actually have access to try running a computer program. Anyway, now we have, dozens of computers right in this room. In any case, he was able to do that and run his algorithms. He managed to get them to work, which is, for anybody who's studied computer programming, you know that isn't automatic, that you forgot to put a semicolon at the end of a line of code or something and the whole thing fails. So he managed to get it to run. He did a few runs of data and was able to generate some pieces on this basis. So I mentioned Acaripsis, which was his pre-computer, but still following kind of this algorithm of the way he had sort of decided that the music could be organized. And then he generated this sort of family of works from access to the computer at IBM France that he was able to do in a few sessions in 1962, and then compose these pieces on that basis. So this is a whole other thing. There are other people who were specializing only in doing computer music, but this was something else he took on. Anyway. It's also important to remember that he wasn't just developing all the algorithms to produce notated music, but also thinking of, it would be nice to be able to create computer generated sounds. He speculated about it early in some of his writing, but didn't get a chance to do it because of again, it wasn't in place. It wasn't obvious that you could do any of this. There were very few digital to analog converters available anywhere. So he tried a few times, and the time he spent in Indiana trying to get a computer music program going, he never succeeded there. They worked at it though, so he learned a lot, and just in terms of dealing with the technology. But like I said, it was none of this was, there was really, it's not like you could go to the store and get it and get the stuff you needed. It had to be developed from scratch or from existing technology that was being used for something else. But eventually he did, and his center, Simamu, was established or revitalized in 1972, and he was able to get a functioning digital analog converter and programming that would support that. So with his the first time he generated any digital sound was used in his Polytope de Cluny, which the music was produced for I think it was the fall of 1972. So really quickly getting like in the spring, getting Simamu up and running, getting the computer working and so on, and then producing music for a large piece and again a large installation, all doing it at the same time. So next slide, just some of these polytopes. So shifting to his multimedia work, and he did several of these where he was involved in many aspects: the music, the lights that included programmable flash bulbs, lasers with programmable mirrors, and in some cases architecture. In other cases of these installations was large scale performances involving many people, etc. So it was a huge undertaking. Each one of them was a huge undertaking. Usually when you look at his sort of chronology, at the same time he was doing a bunch of other things. Hard to imagine, really. 1978, he was involved in this Polytope de Mycène, which was in Greece, in an ancient site that involved massive number of people and huge amount of logistics and organization, kind of at the same time as the one example where he got to really create everything, something he'd aspired to many times. But in 1978, he was able to produce the architecture and the music and the lighting and everything else. And that's what I wanted to finish up with. And I'm going to skip through that. Polytope de Cluny. Sorry, I'm jumping through. Yeah, thanks to Le Diatope, which was this architecture that he was able to create for the opening of the Pompidou Center in 1978. And he put a lot into this. This is what I think you're running out of slides, but I'm just going to finish up by noting some of the other elements. So in the Diatope, La Légendaire, which was the name of the electroacoustic work, the music that he created for it. He also had carefully chosen some referential texts that were sort of contextualize the work. No more slides here, but he had a text from Plato, text from Pascal, Hermes Trismegistus, Jean-Paul Richter, and an article in the Scientific American about supernovas. So he was taking those texts, putting them into a program, which he never did. I mean, this was very exceptional to try and pull those philosophical, scientific writings into the context of one of his works. So, but he did that. And this was kind of his fullest realization of his kind of multi-dimensionality as a creator, to create the architecture, do all of the lighting. A lot of that had been worked out. A lot of the technology was worked out with the Polytope de Cluny a few years earlier, including the programming and the computer elements that didn't just include creating the sounds or some of the sounds, but also the lighting and control of the lighting and spatialization of these sounds. So the only other thing I wanted to mention, which is still it's still being studied and looked into, is the music for the Diatope that was produced in 1978. And it's very well known still, but what people discovered, it was actually a commission. The music was commissioned from the radio in Cologne. So he had a commission to do a piece. He went there to do it. So he had a residency in Cologne in 1977, 78. He produced a piece. It was presented first at a festival in Germany, and then he made use of that music for the Diatope in Paris. The Diatope, what people have discovered, like nobody knew about this version that was produced in Cologne because it's not the same piece. It is actually for 8 channels. The one that we know is for 7 channels. The 8th channel was because he had control data that was stored on the 8th track of the audio track, the 8-channel tape, which was a weird thing, but that was sort of how storing the control information for the lighting and so forth. It's more complicated than that, but that gives you the idea. He ended up, but the version they produced in Cologne was 8 channels, and it has some spatialization, which I think remains still to be studied. I mean, what needs to be studied is the relationship, the connections between the 2 pieces. And they're now available, at least they're stereo versions of them, which doesn't actually show you everything. But there was on Carl Records just last year, I think, was released all of the electroacoustic music of Xenakis remastered, but stereo versions, and in this case, using the material from Cologne. And so we have still, this is what's interesting about Xenakis, why we're still 100 years on his 100th year studying and still digging into things, because there's a lot more to know about in his work. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was a great presentation to set the context, I think, for the rest of the day. Fantastic. So do we have any questions in the room? Don't be shy.
In the world.
In the world. In the world. Yes, Carrie.
I mean, of all the things that Xenakis did, what do you think is his most remarkable achievement of all of the kind of mosaic of things that you laid out for you personally? What sort of, touched you the most?
I think I respond to the music more, but because I actually haven't experienced any of those polytopes in firsthand. And I think that's, but as I've learned more about him, I'm really just amazed at. That's kind of why we spent so much time just trying to, how do you even talk about somebody who's able to not only understand but assimilate and use so much different disciplines, different really highly technical issues that he had to work with and understand, which I'm trying to touch on. That I'm still amazed. I don't know how he got it done. He worked really, really hard. Is I think is the only thing. And this was something that his daughter had said, and when we talked to her earlier this year, was, he didn't have he worked at home for quite a while until he had had his own studio that he went to, a little ways away. But, he was working at home and working all the time. And I can, I can believe it. But what I would say, my experience with him, which, to say that I studied with him is really just that I attended his classes at the university. But my sense of him was this ability to hold a lot of things in his mind at once, which I do not think I have in the same way as he, just even making comments like, writing a piece of music for piano where why couldn't you have 4 different tempos going on at the same time? Surely that's possible. I mean, everybody can just have 4 tempos in their mind going on. And so why not put that into a piece of music? That kind of thing, you think, well, really? Can everybody hold 4 tempos in their mind at the same time? But to return to you, I think there's so much of his music that's just really great, like a lot of it.
Great. Anything else? Just for the online viewers, you can ask questions in the chat box of your Zoom screen. Sorry? Q&A, the Q&A box. Thank you. So don't hesitate. In which case we can move on, which helps us with our. Okay, so a 5-minute break. Help yourself to coffee and things, and if you're in the room.
Thank you.
And get up and stretch if you're online.
Make sure to talk into the microphone, Carrie.
Oh, sorry. Oh, right, I was gonna get a microphone. Welcome back, everybody, and now we're lucky to have Imre Talgam, speak it out, world-renowned pianist and researcher focused on performance in the 20th century, in 20th century and contemporary music, who's been called one of the most probing intellects of his generation. So better live up to that. He particularly focuses on rhythmic perception. He'll be speaking on polyrhythms in Xenakis's work.
Great, thank you, Carrie. Are we okay with this? Great. Cool. Okay, so I'll be talking about polyrhythms in Xenakis and performing them, which is far from trivial in my experience. And my approach is to basically try and propose methodical renotation of these very rhythmically complex passages in such a way that would facilitate their performance. We know, of course, that Xenakis' use of algorithmic composition presents enormous challenges for performers, both physically and rhythmically. Well, some of the physical demands are obviously impossible, like piano chords that reach far beyond what two hands can grasp. The limit to performance of rhythmic complexity is less clear, despite the extremity of these challenges. Using the opening of mists as an example, I'm going to argue that to perform these complex polyrhythms with a high degree of accuracy, performers should renotate the score methodically based on perceptual and cognitive criteria. In doing so, we can create a script for streamlined performance of otherwise overwhelmingly complex rhythms, while keeping the result perceptually similar to the original. The opening of mists consists of continuous random walks along the pitch sieves or scales that Xenakis designed for this piece, as is shown by Ronald Squibbs and others. Initially, the random walks create a two-voice polyphonic texture, with each voice emerging from the bottom of the keyboard and gradually climbing up. Due to the distance in register, the two voices are easily streamed and form distinct perceptual entities. Rhythmically, each voice articulates isochronous attacks with frequent changes of speed notated using polyrhythms. Well, this is rhythmically challenging due to the independent rate in each hand and the lack of common attack points. It is still manageable without any renotation. Let's now look at measures 9 to 11 that are marked in red at the end of this excerpt. The texture suddenly expands to 4 voices, with each voice moving at a different rate, creating a dense polyrhythmic web. I'd like to focus on this short stretto passage as a model for all the difficult rhythmic passages that come later on in the piece. Here is a performance of the entire opening by Aki Takahashi. This sudden explosion of information and energy in measures 9 to 11 makes this passage extremely difficult to perform, though it may sound less rhythmically differentiated than the simpler textures before. The impression of polyphony is diminished due to the proximity in register of the voices, which causes them to fuse together and become a dense texture. The extreme complexity leads most performers to approximate the rhythms, contributing even more to the impression of a dense sound mass with little internal structure or detail. Looking at the stretto passage more closely immediately reveals 2 related performance difficulties. First, the score conveys the different speed of each voice relative to 16th notes, but the composite attack pattern that results from their interaction is not immediately visible. Xenakis took care to place the notes in graphically correct order, but this does not give still all the information that we need for performance. The second difficulty is the extreme irregularity and proximity of some of these attacks, which include various gradations of almost together, while never repeating the same timing. As Stephen Schick notes, part of the difficulty of performing polyrhythms is remembering an irregular and non-repeating rhythm. The complexity of the composite inter-onset intervals, or IOIs, becomes apparent when we listen to a rhythmically perfect computer rendition of this passage. So here's the passage in a computer version at the original tempo. Despite the inevitable blurring of the polyphony, the passage has some interesting macro characteristics that are perceptually salient, yet not immediately evident in the score. The passage begins with faster speeds in each voice and gradually slows down in steps before bumping up the speed up again at the very end. This means also that the density of attacks gradually goes down. Interestingly, some subsequent variants of this four-voice random walk texture reproduce the same rhythms, while others have completely different macro-rhythmic processes. Even though it initially seems like the challenge here is to perform the polyrhythms isochronously, it is ultimately actually the realization of these perceptually salient macro characteristics that gives each one of these random walks a specific identity. So as performers, this is what we really want to reproduce to differentiate between them. Let's now examine some possible performance responses to these difficulties in order of increasing investment. First, we have a casual approach of keeping an 8-note tactus and approximating the exact timings, while sacrificing some of the precision, maybe perhaps keeping the order of attacks correct, but not having quite isochronous pulsations in each voice. In this approach, which is of course the most common one among musicians due to time constraints, the passage gets a sort of generic sound of slightly desynchronized events with little variation in average density. This often involves reducing the irregularity of the attacks to simpler rhythms that involve some repetition. This type of simplification of the IOIs is an intuitive way of reducing the amount of information. In contrast, actual phasing requires the IOIs to change with every note, every two attacks. This becomes apparent when playing back the same computer version at half speed. I think we had both of them playing at the same time, so I'm going to play the slower one. This is not that dense. It's so as you can hear in half-tempo version with MIDI, this series of inter-onset intervals is extremely irregular and very difficult to remember and assimilate in any way as a performer. So a second strategy to try and perform this more accurately is to calculate the least common multiple between the various layers or renotate the polyrhythms using subdivisions. Unfortunately, this is not really useful and is quite time-consuming as well, as we can see from Kevin McFarlane's renotation of this excerpt, I think, from Tetras. As you can see, you can simply respell the rhythm. But the problem is that the subdivisions that result then are so fast, given the notated tempo, that they almost reach into the audio rate. So it's not really something we can use practically. So this brings us to the strategy which I advocate, which is a renotation informed by perception. As a preliminary stage, we can translate the polyrhythms into decimals, which helps us determine the relation between attack points in different layers without a least common multiple. For example, in the top voice, the ratio 7:6 denotes 7 attacks in the time of 6 16th notes, and 6 divided by 7 is 0.857, which gives us the time point for the second note in the 7-on-6 group, right before the second 16th note of the passage. This can be made a little bit more intuitive by adding an offset of 1, as you can see I've done here, so that we can start counting from 1 instead of 0, and then we can refer the decimal values to 16th note subdivisions in the published score. By doing this with each voice, we can start investigating the composite attack pattern or the IOIs between different voices. Another important feature that this reveals is the horizontal behavior of each voice as it changes from one polyrhythm or ratio to another. For example, voice 1 switches from 7/6 in the beginning to 7/5, so it gets noticeably faster. Incidentally, I think this type of decimal notation was used by Xenakis also in his early work, like in Pithopacta, I think, with this notion of differential durations. Now, before renotating, it's necessary to define some thresholds for the perception of rhythmic differences to ensure that the simplified version will still sound very much like the original. In a sense, this is like a data compression algorithm of an MP3 format, which uses perceptual coding to make sure that the compressed file reproduces the perceptually salient features while removing a considerable amount of information. Now, to simplify the rhythm while preserving the same perceptual features, we must define a threshold for distinction between events. Hirsch, in a 1959 experiment, found that 2 milliseconds are required to discern that two note onsets are present, while considerably greater intervals of around 20 milliseconds are required for listeners to correctly determine the order of the note onsets. This suggests that within the 20 millisecond range, we need not worry about the rhythmic definition of IOIs between voices or even the exact order at which the notes are played. With some additional inaccuracy in performance, the result will be perceptually very similar. The absolute limit to metric subdivision is considerably higher. Justin London proposes a limit of about 100 milliseconds for the fastest subdivision of a tactus, under which we can no longer expect precise performance or listening. In the prescribed tempo of 8th note equals 96, the duration of a 32nd note is 156 milliseconds or thereabouts, which is well within the possibility of metric subdivision. However, 64th notes are already 78 milliseconds, which is already too fine for metric definition. On this basis, we can formulate a quantization strategy for renotation. The lowest level of metric subdivision should be 30-second notes, with all attacks on time points under this level or between those, defined using a combination of arpeggiation to signify almost together and grace notes for slightly longer IOIs. Using the decimal time point values for all voices, we can calculate IOIs in milliseconds and round off values to the nearest metric position, and then translate the remaining ones into grace notes or arpeggios relative to that position. In case an attack falls very close to a 64th note subdivision, we of course can use that as well to avoid a cruder approximation. This categorical system has the advantage of reducing the kind of infinitesimal quantitative differences to 3 or 4 distinct qualitative categories, allowing for differences in timing to be monitored in practice. In this way, the pianist can practice playing almost together for arpeggios and for durations of less than 64th notes, and differentiate this from more distinct IOIs that are closer to 30-second notes. A further advantage is the immediacy of recognition that such respelling gives, where the performer can look at the score and immediately know what the timing should be, as opposed to looking at these polyrhythms and not being quite sure. Although all voices could be quantized in this way, I find it better to retain one more polyrhythmic layer in addition to the 16th note pulse. In this way, 2 voices remain metrically defined, while 2 others are converted to arrhythmical grace notes and arpeggiations. This assumes, of course, that it's possible to perform a polyrhythm between 2 voices relatively easily, as in the earlier 2-voice texture. To limit the number of possible renotations from the combination of rhythmic and arrhythmic voices, we can add 2 more constraints based on practical considerations. First, we should keep any voice that articulates 16th notes, as these provide the easiest means of orientation and as a subdivision of the 8th note tactus established at the opening. The second, each hand should have at least 1 layer that is metrically defined to ensure synchronization with the other hand. Looking at the beginning of this passage again, we have 2 possible renotations on the left and right, with the original score in the center. First, keeping the 16th notes in the lowest voice, or voice 4 in the left hand, we can then translate the upper voice in the left hand into grace notes. We're then left with 2 renotations depending on which layer the right hand we would choose to be metrical. The preference for one of these versions is less clear-cut and would often involve contextual performance considerations. For example, in some cases, we might find a renotation that preserves the metric of identity of a faster moving voice to be more intuitive. Or we might benefit from using a renotation where group boundaries coincide with physical hand position changes. In most cases, it is better to take a faster moving layer as a metrical one. This, of course, affords more reference points for arrhythmic events, which is a more reliable strategy than trying to fit a fast series of attacks into a coarser grid of rhythmic values. Additionally, faster moving layers also tend to draw more attention and are easier to entrain to, meaning that listeners are more sensitive to deviations from their isochronous values relative to deviation from in slower moving layers. Two other strategies should be mentioned in passing. The first is that some polyrhythms can be translated into composite attack patterns, as you can see with the 4 and 5 on the left side of the slide. And then some attack points can also be rounded off to a subdivision of a polyrhythm in one of the metrical layers, as you can see on the right. In both cases, the principle is the integration of different rhythmic layers into composite attack patterns. If you look now at the full renotation of this passage and bars 10 and 11 of the original below, I think you can see that it offers some immediate benefits, this renotation. The introduction of metrical hierarchy facilitates learning and allows the performer to read the passage in a more conventional way. It's also possible to approximate the composite rhythms without being dependent on the extremely small differences in graphic spacing that exist in the original. In addition to conveying this more clearly, the renotated score also helps to chunk the information in relation to physical actions, for example, by highlighting points of synchronization between the hands. In this way, one could see it as a graphic representation of the process of embodied cognition that performers undertake as they're playing the score, as described, for example, by Pavlos Antoniadis. As a data compression strategy, this renotation is certainly lossy. Only 2 of the 4 layers have preserved a precise definition, while the other 2 have become approximations and failed to convey their isochrony. While the renotated score loses some fine detail, it was actually the excess amount of information in the original notation that led performers to informal approximations and unconscious simplifications of the rhythms. At the same time, the new score also adds useful information as a script for performance. In a sense, it is spinning out the mental process that performers would otherwise leave unarticulated. A second problem with this renotation, I think, is less obvious, and that is the fact that it can skew the dynamics in performance between the different rhythmic layers. As we know, attacks that fall on the beats tend to be emphasized by performers, owing both to habits associated with traditional Western tonal music, but also to the connection between metric entrainment and sensory motor performance. The loss of isochrony can be problematic as well in passages that support stream perception, and there are a few of those in MIST later on, especially in cases where you can imagine something like a single pitch or register for each rhythmic layer. However, we can see that this new score is really a practice and learning strategy rather than a replacement of the original one. Ideally, of course, performers should go back and forth between different versions in order to monitor and improve the performance in a particular dimension. So, for example, if you wanted to focus on the isochrony of a layer that became asymmetrical in the renotation, you could go back to the original score and monitor that layer using that. The most significant issue, I think, with this renotation strategy is its time-consuming character when done by hand, as I was doing here. Of course, this process could be automated using software that outputs symbolic notation, such as OpenMusic or MaxMSP's Bach package. This would offer the further advantage of having variable resolution for the quantization from very crude approximations, which might be useful early on in the learning process, to finer ones as goal for finer performance. Together with my collaborator, Louis-Michel Touga in Montreal, we're working towards this using OpenMusic right now, with an interface that would allow different quantization levels and different layers to be taken as the metrical ones. So I'll just conclude with a brief review of the renotation methodology. The first step was to identify the source of difficulty and then define the perceptually salient characteristics that need to be conveyed. The next step was to establish limits to the precision and complexity that performance should aim for, based on both the performance limitations as well as listeners' sensitivity thresholds. With these perceptual considerations used to define the rhythmic grid, the rest of the renotation proceeds based on practical considerations to choose which layers to define metrically and which ones to approximate. Final point about approximations in notation and performance. And the overwhelming amount of information in the original score leads performers to simplify it by normalizing some of the IOIs, resulting in more regularity than there should be. By contrast, the renotated score deliberately inserts a certain amount of noise into the rhythmic performance, thereby guaranteeing irregularity. In other words, it might be better to replace the noise generated by an approximate reading of a complex and precise score with a noiseless realization of a simplified score that has some noise already built into it. Returning to the metaphor of digital audio, we can liken this to dithering of an audio signal. In this case, the notation adds noise in the asymmetrical layers to mask the artifacts caused by the quantization of the notation. This can be seen as abandoning the high modernist ideal of performance as noiseless transmission, as Franklin Cox suggests, in favor of more complex interactions between ideas, scores, and performance strategies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish we had a piano here and you could play for us. That's what, because now we're all itching to hear this live.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any questions? Yes.
Sure. Sure. So the renotated score, have you presented it to pianists and what's their reaction, your reaction compared to the original?
That's a great question. This one is brand new, so I haven't shown it to anyone else yet. I do have experience, of course, playing lots of other Xenakis pieces where I was required to do similar things, like in Dichtas or even Alil de Gore, that have extremely complex polyrhythms. And my experience was this is by far the safest strategy to really reach some acceptable level of precision. Of course, to literally play those IOIs as notated and as we heard in the computer version precisely, I think is impossible. And yet the range of approximations is quite large. So there can be quite crude ones. And I think actually being very ambitious in trying to play from the original notation and kind of not lose any information usually leads to worse results than deciding in advance what the compromises are going to be. So that's basically the idea of this.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Maybe a related question to that one. A few years ago, I heard Brian Ferneyhough give a lecture, and this question came up for him. His music obviously is very challenging to play, to say the least. And the question was, should someone actually reconvert it into something that's more linearly playable? And he resisted this idea because he felt like the struggle of the performer is being lost if it then becomes sort of linearly perfect, but the struggle of the notation that is difficult mentally creates its own sort of layer of energy in the music that when you take that away, you lose it. Just wondering whether there's any sense of doing this from performers or from audiences, whether there's any sense that Xenakis would agree with this or sense that you're losing something by converting it into another sort of rhythmically perfect form that loses the struggle from the performer as much.
That's a great question, and I think the connection to Ferneyhough is very strong indeed. In the same year that Mist was written, 1980, we have this famous Ferneyhough piece, Lemma Icon Epigram, that makes use of these extremely complex tuplets and raises these, kinds of questions in a very explicit way for the first time. So I'd say that in Xenakis, first of all, there's some element of struggle is going to stay there anyway. It's hard enough to make it, in any version you choose to, it's problematic. But what I find really interesting about this is, if you look at my renotated score, it seems in some sense, and it is an impoverished version of the original. It doesn't convey the structure of the music as clearly because originally it's very easy to look and see there's these different random walks. They're each happening at an independent tempo, and suddenly that's lost, and you get something that seems more muddled and perhaps actually closer to what we hear. But I would argue that this points to a problem of complex music in general, which is kind of a irreducible contradiction between the score, something that conveys the compositional ideas and structure, to something that performers could use as a kind of a script or prompt for performance and action. So in a sense, the better the better way in which a piece can convey the ideas, perhaps in complex notation like in Ferneyhough or Xenakis, is excellent for analysis and for philosophical aspects of this. But in terms of performance, we need something different in order to actually realize that well. So I think to some extent, the more complex the music, the more this divergence becomes inevitable, and therefore this kind of effort, I think, is required.
Other questions? Yes.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. I was wondering whether your particular hands and the topography of the piano inform how you might make these decisions in addition to the quantitative timing and so forth. And given the fact that notation is another form of mediation, so it really does visually change the way we interact with the music. But given the fact that you're a pianist and so forth, how does your own sort of approach at performing dictate which decisions you might take? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I would say that in this particular renotation, I was focused entirely on the question of rhythm and perception. So I kind of left out the question of what is the physical process that's going on. But that's actually an extremely important question. And in other contexts, I could try to show this where, you have all these abstract types of considerations of what is the rhythm that's prescribed and how we perceive it. But then there's all these practical things that get in the way of the hands and so on. So in these types of situations, I really do think that decision-making is highly contextual. That's, I think, the most important thing about this is not to be dogmatic, not to try and to be methodologically hermetic and stick to one recipe, but really see what serves best in that context. But of course, it's very important to be explicit about that when doing a renotation. So usually if I find, I produce something and that seems to be not helpful for some reason, then it's very good to then try and understand what exactly is unhelpful about it, document that, and try and insert that into the model explicitly to say, okay, there should be also consideration of this thing. Hope that answers that.
Thank you very much. I think we're going to have to move on
Great.
to the next paper now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was so fascinating. And, it's about translation, really, and what happens when you translate something into another context. So it was really interesting. So our next presentation is by Rafael Radna, who's affiliated with the Center for Art and Technology at UC Santa Barbara. And he's a composer of acoustic, electronic, and mixed music, whose works embrace unusual sounds and unconventional methods and new technologies. And he's the co-author of Space Control Spatialization Software, and he'll be discussing dynamic stochastic synthesis, DSS, which is a direct digital synthesis method invented by Xenakis. So Rafael is, because he's in California, will be joining us remotely. In fact, this is a pre-recorded presentation, but after this is finished, he'll be joining us remotely to answer questions. So we're glad to be having him here. And
hello and welcome.
Hello.
Hello and welcome. My name is Rob.
Oh, see, he's sort of he seems so real, and yet. Hello. And while Pedro's setting this up For lunch, we have a list of restaurants that are there on the table in case you want to dine in the area. We'll have 90 minutes for lunch to give people enough time to go and come back and hear the other amazing presentations that we have. It's so amazing the kind of, to see the kind of complexity and scope and scale that Xenakis covers. So we are now ready to go.
Hello and welcome. My name is Rafael Rodna, and I am a graduate student in the Music and Media Arts and Technology departments at the University of California, Santa Barbara. In this talk, I will present Xenos, a virtual instrument plugin that I am developing that implements and extends Xenakis' dynamic stochastic synthesis algorithm. The presentation will take the following format. I will begin with a brief overview of the Xenos instrument and describe its most salient features. Then I will provide some background information that is important for understanding the project. In particular, I will situate dynamic stochastic synthesis, or DSS, in the work of Meta-Xenakis and describe its theory. This will lead to a problem statement in which I articulate some observations about the suitability of DSS for composing pitch-centric music. I will then present the Xenos instrument in greater detail. I will touch further upon my motivations for creating it, describe the most important aspects of its software implementation and interface, and then present some practical examples of its usage. Afterwards, I will conclude with some final remarks focusing on future work. Let's begin with an overview of the project. I developed Xenos over the course of 2022 within the Media Arts and Technology department at UCSB. The project will be the subject of a master's thesis under the direction of Curtis Rhodes. Xenos implements DSS in a synthesizer plugin. Its behavior closely follows Xenakis' description of DSS, and so the sound and spirit of the algorithm is retained. However, Xenos is modern and designed for use in contemporary computer-based composition environments. As a plugin, it leverages host software features such as polyphonic MIDI input and parameter automation. It is thus appropriate for many digital music applications, including composition and real-time performance. Furthermore, Xenos introduces the novel feature of microtonal pitch quantization to DSS. While a traditional DSS voice produces continuous pitch, Xenos can be tuned to an arbitrary microtonal scale. Several scale presets are provided, and it is also possible to load custom scales using the Scala file format, a popular inter-application exchange standard for musical scales. Now let's turn to the origins of DSS and its place in Xenakis' work. Meta-Xenakis is probably best remembered for pioneering the field of stochastic music, the application of rigid mathematical procedures and statistical probabilities to music composition. This orientation is evident from his earliest mature works, such as the orchestral pieces Metastasis and Pitha-Prakta of the mid-1950s. From the 1960s onwards, Xenakis used computers to calculate probabilities in his compositions, by means of such constructs as Markov chains and random walks. As developments in computing surged in the late 1960s, the potential of digital sound synthesis became evident. These capabilities would for the first time enable stochastic procedures to touch the shortest timescales of music, inaugurating the domain of stochastic timbre generation. It is in this context that Xenakis developed a theory of the stochastic synthesis of audio waveforms. The dynamic stochastic synthesis algorithm, as his design came to be called, was first published in his 1971 book Formalized Music, and in the same decade was used to generate sound in his piece La Légende d'Air. After a period in which he addressed other artistic concerns, Xenakis returned to stochastic synthesis in the early 1990s. With Marie-Hélène Serrat, he created the Gendine program, which he used to produce 1991's Gendi 3. Gendi 3 is a fully automated computer music composition with DSS as its only sound source. It is arguably Xenakis' most purely algorithmic work, as its pitches, timbres, textures, and form are all generated from first principles, without further interference by the composer. Moreover, the macro and micro elements of the piece are unified by their basis in the same theory, an important implication and attraction of stochastic composition techniques. DSS is a type of direct digital synthesis, a group of techniques based on the unique affordances of the digital audio domain and without reference to pre-existing acoustic or perceptual models. Xenakis describes DSS as a total theory of sound synthesis. It is, in his words, capable of producing the entire gamut of sounds from square waves to white noise, and aspires to the creation of waves representing melodies, symphonies, and natural sounds. DSS produces periodic waveforms, which enables it to produce pitched sounds. The wave period is composed of n linear segments. Each linear segment is defined by two values, its duration in samples and its slope, which is determined by its target amplitude. When a wave cycle ends, it undergoes a process of stochastic iteration in which the durations and slopes of the linear segments are offset by values produced by a random walk. The mature form of DSS uses second-order random walks, which are two random walks in series, where the output of the first determines the step size of the second. This process produces a new wave cycle that is a variation of the last one, resulting in an evolution of the tone's pitch, amplitude, and timbre over time. Finally, this algorithm is influenced by several parameters that control the nature and extent of the variation between wave cycles. These include the probability functions that govern the distribution of the random walk values, the step size, which is the maximum allowable difference between successive values of the random walk, and what Xenakis called elastic barriers, that reflect excessive values back into the parameter range. These few parameters afford considerable variety of musical behavior. If only slight variation is allowed, tones of relatively stable pitch and timbre are produced. Conversely, the more that the parameter set allows profound dissimilarities between wave cycles, the more the resultant tone loses the perception of periodicity and tends towards noise. This diagram from Formalized Music illustrates the DSS technique. The graph labeled T represents a wave period, and T' represents the subsequent period, that is, the next step in time. Each wave period is composed of 12 linear segments, and they proceed continuously, such that the last segment of T is followed directly by the first segment of T'. However, the coordinates that bound each of the linear segments have shifted between T and T' in both their horizontal and vertical dimensions, as a result of the random walks. The horizontal shifts affect the durations of the segments, and the vertical shifts affect their slopes. These compounded variances produce the new wave cycle, where they tend to affect the pitch and timbre of the generated tone, respectively. If we assess the overall shapes of T and T', we see that they are clearly similar in form. But we also see how the random variations affect local features within each wave cycle. For example, observe how the negative slope of segment E sub T becomes a positive slope at E' sub T. Additionally, a change in the overall wave cycle length corresponds to a change of frequency. When applied to an audible waveform, such variations produce dynamic sonic behavior. To impart a sense of the sounds that DSS produces, I've selected 3 short contrasting excerpts from Gen D3. The first example, from near the end of the piece, demonstrates the use of fixed pitches to create melodies, chords, and clusters. The second example, from somewhat earlier in the piece, demonstrates settings that produce glissandi, fluctuating pitch, and extreme vibrato. And this third example demonstrates a noisy DSS timbre. Note that the noise retains a faintly pitched quality owing to the periodicity inherent in the algorithm. One advantage of DSS is the ability to interpolate with ease between pure and noisy tones. As we have heard, DSS is capable of a range of pitch behaviors. The stochastic variation of wave cycle lengths produces continuous pitch movement within a specified range, giving rise to different effects depending on the parameter set. DSS is therefore capable of producing any pitch and is thus inherently microtonal. However, since DSS has no basis in acoustic models, the sounds that it produces are hard to control. We might describe its pitch and timbral features as emergent, since these arise from a parameter set that is not informed by perceptual characteristics. Xenakis himself described composition with DSS as difficult, and is known to have annotated his program settings with information about their resultant pitch behavior as a compositional aid. This suggests the possibility of extending DSS to enhance its suitability to compositional styles that prioritize pitch organization. It is primarily these observations that informed the development of the Xenos instrument. In particular, I sought modifications to DSS that would make it more practical for general-purpose composition, focusing mainly on the way the algorithm handles pitch. For instance, Xenos expresses the frequency range as a pitch center, which is a MIDI pitch value, and a pitch width in equal-tempered semitones. This design offers a more perceptually informative pitch parameter and is more in line with standard synthesizer architectures. Additionally, Xenos introduces a pitch quantizer that retunes each period of the generated waveform to the nearest degree of a user-defined scale. The quantizer can load arbitrary microtonal scales in the common Scala format, making Xenos suitable for composing Xen-harmonic music, or music that features harmony unlike that of 12-tone equal temperament. Furthermore, because the quantization occurs at the end of an otherwise quite orthodox DSS scheme, it can be deactivated to provide access to more traditional behaviors. Another motivation was simply to have DSS in a plugin format. Although several researchers have produced implementations of DSS over the years, to my knowledge there has never before been a plugin. I hope that, by packaging DSS in this ubiquitous and long-lived format, access to this non-standard synthesis technique will be extended to a wide group of current and future computer music practitioners, who might find new creative uses for it. It also makes it easier to compose with DSS, both by leveraging host software features and also by abstracting the control data from audio generation. This diagram represents the high-level structure of the main classes that comprise the Xenos plugin. The lines with arrows denote data flow, and the dashed lines show a relationship of class membership. For example, we could say that the Xenos audio processor has a Xenos audio source, and so on. All of the classes shown here inherit from a base class in the Juice library, with the exception of the Juice synthesizer, which is used unmodified. In this, we can see the extent to which Xenos leverages the Juice framework. At the top level, the Xenos audio processor editor draws the graphical interface, which allows the user to modify parameters. These are then passed to the Xenos audio processor, the top-level class containing all of the audio code. This class receives audio and MIDI buffers from the host each block and passes these to the Xenos audio source, a Juice class that manages a synthesizer object and returns its output to the host. The synthesizer receives MIDI data from the host and starts or stops playback of individual Xenos voices as necessary. Additionally, it receives shared data about the Xenos voice from the Xenos sound object. This is underutilized currently, but potentially important to future optimizations of the Xenos algorithm. Overall, the Juice synthesizer class is particularly helpful for its polyphonic voice handling. Finally, the outputs of each voice are summed together and fill the audio buffer passed down from the Xenos audio processor, which delivers it to the plugin output. This process is represented in the diagram by the DAC. This diagram shows the internal structure of a single Xenos voice. None of the classes described here inherit from the Juice library. At the core of a Xenos voice are two random walk objects, one to determine the durations of waveform segments and the other to determine their target amplitudes. The random walk class has variables for the step size and primary and secondary barriers. It also contains a random source object, which groups together several pseudo-random number generators from the C++ standard library. This class allows the user to select which stochastic distribution will yield the next step in a random walk. In the current implementation, the distributions are calculated on plugin instantiation and stored in an array. The output of the pitch random walk can optionally be processed by the quantizer class. When active, the quantizer conforms the frequency of the DSS waveform to the nearest frequency of a user-selected scale. A scale class was also created to define the representation of a musical scale used by the quantizer. Its most significant feature is a constructor that accepts the text of a Scala file as a string and parses it to its internal data container, allowing the user to import custom scales. Finally, the Xenos core class receives the durations and amplitudes from the two random walk objects and performs the linear interpolation that produces the waveform. Let's now take a closer look at the quantizer class, since it is the most novel contribution of Xenos. As shown on the previous slide, the most important determinant of the quantizer is the scale. But the scale alone is not enough for quantization because it is abstract. That is, it contains a list of repeating pitch classes without reference to root note or register. The quantizer therefore also requires a parameter representing the root or tonic of the scale. This is a floating point value in the range of 0 to 12 following the conventions of post-tonal analysis, in which 0 corresponds to C and the whole numbers represent the equal-tempered chromatic scale. By using decimal values, it is possible to specify microtonal roots. To account for register, the quantizer reads the current pitch center and width parameters to determine the possible frequency range, the boundaries of which are then expressed as sample durations. Using these three inputs, the quantizer calculates a list of scale steps in pitch space to which the incoming wave cycle could be quantized. The list is maintained dynamically. Anytime the scale, root, or frequency range parameter is modified, the steps are updated. Once the list of steps is prepared, it is possible to quantize the wave cycle. The quantizer's overloaded function call operator, shown here, takes as argument the overall duration of the wave cycle in samples, which is calculated by summing the durations of the linear segments. It then iterates over the scale steps to calculate the absolute value of the difference between the wave cycle duration and each scale step. The step with the least absolute difference is nearest to the wave cycle pitch and is returned. The selected scale step is then divided by the wave cycle duration to produce a quantization factor, which is a ratio that relates the original and target durations. By multiplying the duration of each linear segment by this quantization factor, the pitch of the waveform is quantized while its overall shape is otherwise preserved. Pictured here is the plugin interface for Xenos. The parameters are organized in three groups. The first group contains the settings for the pitch random walk. A menu is used to select the stochastic distribution from the options uniform, Gaussian, exponential, Poisson, and Cauchy. Another menu allows the user to choose between the primary or secondary random walks, which provide different behaviors. The slider below sets the pitch width in equal-tempered semitones, and the sliders below that set the primary elastic barrier position and step size, each as ratios of the total pitch range. The second group contains the settings for the amplitude random walk. These are largely the same as the first group, except that instead of using a width parameter, it uses the more traditional secondary elastic barrier setting, which in practice functions like a gain control. The third group is comprised of global parameters. The end segment slider sets the number of linear segments in the wave cycle, between 1 and 128. Perceptually, this is like a brightness control, as a greater number of segments results in a brighter timbre. The user also activates or deactivates the quantizer here, and sets the scale using the quantization menu. Clicking on the Custom button to its right opens a file select dialog to load a custom scale in the Scala format. The root slider sets the root or tonic of the scale. Finally, there is an interactive keyboard interface which the user can click to trigger notes, and that also displays incoming MIDI note data. Now I'd like to share a few examples of Xenos in use. All of these examples feature the direct sound of Xenos without any post-processing. This first example shows that Xenos can create the traditional sounds of DSS. You will hear fluctuating pitch, then glissandi, and then noise. This example demonstrates how, by using MIDI note input and a conservative parameter set, Xenos can easily produce melodies, chords, and polyphony, allowing deterministic composition. This next example demonstrates the quantization feature. We start with the glissando setting and then quantize it first to a 5-limit major scale, followed by the very zenharmonic Bolin-Pierce scale. I then demonstrate the ability to load a custom scale in the Scala format. In this example, it is a Pelog scale from the Indonesian gamelan music. Finally, by adjusting the pitch random walk settings, I show how Xenos can use scales to influence waveform generation on the microsound timescale, which introduces timbral effects. This last example shows the benefits of Xenos parameter automation. 8 parameters are automated over the course of this short chordal drone, producing dramatic textural and timbral changes. All Xenos parameters can be automated, which offers a lot of sound design potential. The version of Xenos described and presented today is a pre-release prototype. It demonstrates the fundamental concepts and operation of the instrument, which serves to extend DSS by adaptation as a plugin and by including a novel pitch quantization feature. But there are still several directions for continued development that would improve its usability and creative potential. For one, I'd like to revisit the way the random sources are handled in Xenos. Several of the stochastic distributions accept parameters that drastically alter their shape, which in turn would affect the waveforms produced. It would be nice if this feature could be included in the implementation. Secondly, DSS is sensitive to the starting conditions of the linear segments. A Xenos voice currently starts with its values randomized, but it could be interesting to offer a variety of initial states, such as geometric wave shapes or the approximation of recorded sounds. Next, I'd like to explore applications of oversampling to DSS. A limitation of the algorithm is that, as the fundamental frequency rises or the number of segments is increased, fewer samples can be used to comprise each linear segment. Oversampling thus may have implications for Xenos's pitch accuracy and tone quality. Xenos could also be augmented by further adapting traditional synthesizer design elements. An adjustable amplitude envelope is a minimal requirement, but supplementary envelopes and LFOs for parameter modulation would also be welcome additions. I'd also like to work more on the interface, which currently uses many juice defaults. Here, there is the potential of visualizing the waveform or other data that would aid in understanding the algorithm and its parameter space. Finally, I'd like to make Xenos adapt to any number of output channels. Xenakis himself postulated the idea of duplicating the same DSS parameter state in several voices, but with unique random seeds in order to enhance the width and density of sound. Looking to the future, I plan to complete development of Xenos in the coming months and release it either by the end of this year or early in 2023. Once it is released, it will be available on my GitHub page, which is github.com/RaphaelRadna. At that point, what will be left is to explore the creative potential of Xenos, and I hope you and others will consider joining me in that. Thank you.
So I think Raphael is live with us for Q&A. We have very little time, but maybe time for one question, if anyone has one. Raphael, are you with us? Oh, there you are.
I'm here. Thank you.
Yes, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
Yes.
So it looks like a really amazing project. I've only a little bit of experience playing around with an implementation of DSS in Max MSP that someone did. And I noticed this problem that perceptual features, as you said, are emergent or extremely difficult to predict and control. I was wondering if there's anything that you could add to the program in order to facilitate, actual control of those in a kind of more intentional way.
Yeah, there's a couple ways of thinking about that. I mean, something I want to explore is using some kind of data visualization as a tool to learn the way certain parameters affect the sort of sound outcomes. Things like that may not seem obvious at first, but like the number of segments in the wave cycle, the way that affects the brightness of the tone, for example. There's kind of sort of associations that we can learn empirically. On the other hand, I think giving more options, for instance, to define the initial state of the wave cycle could also have more regular results for the kinds of outcomes we might get from the algorithm. And of course, that's sort of the entire project, this idea of imposing the pitch quantization after the fact of the DSS algorithm is designed also to sort of impose this sense of order on the chaos of the algorithm, and so that we sort of expect a little bit more what we're going to get when we use it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I think we
Yeah, great. Thank you. We need to move along, but thank you so much for that. That was amazing.
Thanks so much.
We're coming to our last presentation today. Goodbye, Raphael. What? Oh, for the morning. For my today, which is for the morning. Yes, see where my mind is a stochastic process. That's the so after this, we will be breaking for lunch for 90 minutes. Again, there is a list of restaurants locally. Then we'll be coming back for 6 presentations this afternoon. And then after we leave our live feed, a memorial presentation for Joel Chatterby, electronic music pioneer and champion of Xenakis. And please join us for the afternoon portion of what we're doing. And now we are pleased to have with us from Toronto, Nathan Friedman, a Toronto-based composer, performer, and researcher, originally from British Columbia. And he will be exploring stochastic processes from another angle, from a more philosophical and historic angle, which is great. From what Jean-François Lyotard termed the postmodern sublime. And that is, just to simplify, a rebellion against inherited forms like the harmonic structure or even serial music structures. So, and it was something that many members of Xenakis's generation, as you know, were also engaged in their own rebellions against that and, trying to find new pathways. So without further ado, and please, help yourself to the array of goodies we have in the back. So now I present Nathan Friedman.
Thank you. In his article, The Total Rejection of Heritage, or Meta-Xenakis, originally published in 1980, Czech author Milan Kundera writes that when his country was invaded by the USSR in 1968, he sought out not the patriotic music of Smetana, but what he calls the world of noises in Xenakis's works. Xenakis's music brought him a strange consolation because of a profound disenchantment with man as man, quote, man with his cruelty, but also with the alibi he uses to disguise that cruelty. Man always quick to justify his barbarity by his feelings, end quote. For Kundera, Western music, based on the artificial sound of a note and of a scale, is inextricably bound up with the sentiment of subjectivity, which he considered to be part and parcel to the brutality of European history. And it took Xenakis's rejection of this, quote, insurmountable convention, end quote, in order to produce a beauty, quote, washed clean of effective filth, stripped of sentimental barbarity, end quote. Kundera's assessment of the traditions of Western music and the effect of the musical avant-garde of which Xenakis was a part prefigured by several years similar arguments that form the cornerstone of Jean-François Lyotard's The Inhuman, which was originally published in 1988. Lyotard contrasts the principles of humanism, especially since the Enlightenment, with two types of what he calls the inhuman. The logic of capital, which he refers to as development, and, quote, the infinitely secret one of which the soul is hostage, end quote. The latter he explains as an infant-like state, an initial misery that requires programming by the institutions which constitute culture in order to transition to the truly human. The primary difference between these two forms of in the inhuman is one of temporality. Capital goes fast, retaining information just long enough for it to be of use and then forgetting it again. Whereas the process of attaining the inner inhuman is slow. Both forms, however, converge on what Lyotard refers to variously as an instant or the moment, which constitutes the essence of what he calls the postmodern sublime. As an aside, in discussing the postmodern sublime, Lyotard is adamant that he does not use the word postmodern in the popular sense, but rather in the sense of something that the trajectory of modernism makes inevitable. For Lyotard, modernity is a process that always seeks to exceed itself and create some kind of unreachable ultimate stability. In other words, modernism's narrative of emancipation contains the seeds of its own undoing. Lyotard's postmodern sublime is contrasted with the romantic sublime of Burke and Kant, whereby the human subject, faced with something that is ungraspable by the senses, feels pain from its inability to imagine the object that it faces, yet also feels pleasure from its ability to rationalize that which it can neither sense nor imagine. This conception of the sublime, though it is applicable to works of art, is usually seen to be present only in the mind of the observer. Lyotard, however, uses the postmodern sublime explicitly to refer to the engagement of an observer with artworks, and that is something immanent to the works themselves. Using the paintings of Barnett Newman as an example, Lyotard proposes that when faced with an avant-garde artwork, one that eschews all notion of representation or illusion, the observer, unable to use any received model to determine what will happen next. And while this paper discusses music, the perception of a work of visual art still happens in time. The observer is faced with the real possibility that nothing will happen, that the work will not continue. The observer must constantly ask themselves, is it happening? Is this it? Is it possible? Lyotard ascribes to this uncertainty a feeling of anxiety, but also positive feelings. The pleasure in welcoming the unknown, and quote, the joy obtained by the intensification of being that the event brings with it, end quote. Subsequently, the next event happens or does not, but the observer finds themselves in an identical position to that which they were prior to the previous one. Thus, the commingling of pleasure and pain in the experience of each moment of avant-garde art is the postmodern sublime. In Xenakis' writings, it's clear that he shares in Lyotard's consideration of the event as the crux of avant-garde art. Xenakis was particularly inspired by the pre-Socratic philosopher Parmenides, who was the earliest proponent of the notion of being, in which the universe is fixed and unchanging. In 1958, Xenakis took Parmenides' verse, "For it is the same to think as to be," and made a paraphrase of it, "For it is the same to be as not to be." How exactly these statements are equivalent is of some controversy, but it notes that for Xenakis, the paraphrase version brings his philosophy of music into the realm of the Leotardian event. To this paraphrase, he adds, quote, "In a universe of nothingness, a brief train of waves, so brief that its end and beginning coincide, time and nothingness, disengaging itself endlessly, nothingness resorbs, creates, it engenders being," end quote. And he imagines the universe as a sort of timeless flux, quote, "open to spontaneous creation, which could form or disappear without respite in a truly creative vortex," end quote. He goes on to describe the process of composition in terms that clearly belong to the sublime. Quote, "The choices that I make when I compose music, for example, they are distressing, for they imply renouncing something. Creation thus passes through torture, but a torture which is sane and natural. That is what is most beautiful, to decide at any moment, to act, to renounce, to propose something else. It's great. The joy is the fulfillment of living. That's what it means to live," end quote. In fact, Lyotard's postmodern sublime seeks to bring this experience, normally only available to the creator of a work, to the listener. The misery faced by the creator, quote, "not only faced with the empty canvas or the empty page at the beginning of a work, but every time something has to be waited for, and thus forms a question at every point of questioning, at every and what now." In the postmodern sublime, this occurs at every moment. For Lyotard, the event produces a highly specific kind of temporality in the mind of the observer. In the ordinary perception of time, he describes events as sentences, which are each a now, that are strung together with other sentences in a single diachronic line in our consciousness. The objectifying synthesis that produces this line, however, forgets that each now must be mediated by memory as it transits from present to past. It cannot be synthesized directly with other presents since they have become pasts. He also writes that the present itself cannot be grasped, as it is not yet or no longer present. It is always too soon or too late. Too late because each present is, quote, "dragged away by what we call the flow of consciousness, in which it never stops fading away," end quote. Too soon because a perception of the present would require a conscious mode of anticipation. Quote, "the intention to identify the project of seizing and identifying the thing itself," end quote, of the present, which is not perceiving it in the moment. Another aspect of the temporality of the event relates to the questions that one asks oneself in the moment. I've already discussed above the question, is it happening, as it relates to the event, which Lyotard calls quod. Another question asked by oneself is, what is it? What the event signifies, which he calls quid. Quid must necessarily happen after quod, since one must recognize that something has happened in order to examine it. The temporal gap between quod and quid is a central concern of Lyotard with regards to the inhuman. In its typical rapidity, the inhuman of development seeks to answer the quid as quickly as possible. It reduces all events to their utility, changing their information to an environmental given, and then believing that all is said and therefore known. Lyotard writes that, quote, "complete information means neutralizing more events, because what is already known cannot in principle be experienced as an event," end quote. In music, when we already know the answer to quid, the event undergoes a process that Brian Kane, drawing from the study of rhetoric, calls figuration, whereby the listener imports musical metaphors into the oral experience, where, quote, "all sounds become tones and all tones are metaphorical," end quote. Postmodern sublime's ideal is to create events that resist such figuration by achieving the other inhuman, where the quid is delayed as long as possible, or even indefinitely, by a now that dismantles or deposes consciousness, that accesses, quote, what consciousness cannot formulate, and even what consciousness forgets in order to constitute itself, end quote. The event as described by Lyotard and Xenakis is clearly an ideal to which they aspire, but the postmodern sublime is somewhat or completely inaccessible in the process of listening because of intrusions by the human and its powers of figuration. Lyotard notes that the inhuman of childhood is tamed by the acquisition of a second nature, which instills humanistic values in us along with language, enabling us to reason and participate in communal life. The issue is that these humanistic values are generalized and sedimented into institutions, in which he includes literature, the arts, and philosophy, which cause us to forget most of the humanity of childhood. In the arts, these institutions, quote, proclaim that after this sentence comes that sentence, or at least that one kind of sentence is mandatory, that one kind of sentence is permitted, while another is forbidden, end quote. These introduce prejudice into the mind of the listener, causing them to forget the possibility of nothing happening. In the romantic sublime, Burke considers painting to be relatively ineffective in the production of sublime, since, as Lyotard writes, that it is, quote, doomed to imitate models and to figurative representations of them, end quote. Models being institutionalized humanism is enshrined in the techniques of art. However, Burke considered combinatory arts such as poetry and music to be superior in this regard, where the power to move is free from the verisimilitudes of figuration. Though music is free of the pictorial figuration of painting, the specter of its own types of figuration haunted modernist composers such as Xenakis. In the context of dealing with the complexities of modern life, Xenakis acknowledges that figurations, models, and simplifications can be useful. He calls them branches that you have to hold on to in order to get across quicksand. He emphasizes the need for some forgetting in order to function. Quote, for if we should remember what with the acuity of reality of all the past instants, marvels, and transformations, we could never take the shock. Memory, nothing but the trace of these instants, equalizes, cushions, lulls, end quote. In terms of music, however, he is adamantly against the simplifications and forgetting. He writes that without the theoretical domain to inform our work, quote, we are slaves, trapped by cliches, by inherited structures that we manipulate without knowing them perfectly, end quote. And in a bulletin promoting the 1963 publication of Musique Formelle, he writes, he refers to a, quote, clean sweep of so many subconscious or acquired traditions, end quote. Of course, the desire to sweep away the burden of the musical past was not unique to Xenakis, and was instrumental to the high modernism of the post-World War II zero hour. The chief strategy used by these composers to attempt to do so was what Kane calls formalization. And this is, of course, a slightly different sense than used by Xenakis, which Kane defines as a process of abstraction that reduces the meaningful content of a sound to sheer noise. Rather than the excesses of romanticism, Lyotard writes that the postmodern sublime of the avant-garde is accessed by a way of a state of privation through which thought must be disarmed by art that short-circuits the attempts by the consciousness to figurate the event. He describes the devices used in painting by Cézanne, who sought what Cézanne called the elementary sensations that are, quote, hidden in the ordinary perception which remains under the hegemony of habitual or classical ways of looking, end quote. As Jacques Rancière writes, and he's describing the painter Maurice Saint-Denis, the painting is an assemblage of colored flat surfaces assembled in a certain order before being a representation of nude women or battle horses. The anti-representative break, which replaces the figures with fields of color, supposes that the figures themselves were already in their essence fields of color, and that the modern rupture thus only releases the eternal essence of art, end quote. As painting was formalized to fields of color by the Impressionists, music melodies and harmonies were formalized by the Surrealists to notes or tones. Kundera notes that, quote, European music is founded on the artificial sound of a note and of a scale, and that is the opposite to the objective sound of the world, end quote. Xenakis agrees and argues in his 1955 article, La crise de la musique sérielle, that the Surrealists do not go far enough, that they forget the sensorial aspect of music since they're only interested in an abstract system of notes. His implication is that tones are still human creations and thus cannot be the endpoint of the process of formalization. Instead of notes, he aims to produce what he calls, quote, simple notions of sensation, of message signals to those sensations, and of thoughts conveyed by those signals. Therefore, the point of both departure and arrival is mankind, end quote. Xenakis insists on the primacy of the perception of the listener to determine the fundamentals of musical formalization. He defines music as, quote, a message conveyed by matter between nature and mankind or between men, end quote. For Xenakis, serialism fails to properly engage with the listener because, quote, its linear polyphony destroys itself by its very complexity. What one hears is in reality nothing but a mass of notes in various registers, end quote. In works such as Meta-Xenakis and Pithepracta, Xenakis cuts out the middleman and addresses the sound masses of serialism directly. His widespread use of glissandi in these works define a sense of pitch space that transcends the note, and it is in these pieces that he first uses stochastic techniques. His use of these techniques reached a climax with Acroipsis and the ST pieces, where he tries to create his ideal of a musical universe in a constant flux of being and non-being. He does this by defining a variety of elementary units and sonic units and distributing them through probability functions into pre-established structural units in order to avoid all traditionally inherited behavioral frameworks. In his work Analogique A and B, his elementary unit becomes even smaller, namely that of grains, musical quanta made up of very short sounds, which are distributed into ordered clouds by stochastic means. This technique became known as granular synthesis, and the infinitesimal nature of its grains represent possibly the closest music can reach to the timescale of the Leotardian event. As this paper has descended to the level of microsound, we reach the bottom of a hierarchical diagram created by Xenakis, which we saw earlier. It was in the preface of the second edition of Musique Formelle. By applying stochastic techniques that he originally developed for macro composition on the fourth level of the diagram to microsound on the first, Xenakis is able to generate the novel timbres of granular synthesis. He refers to these new sounds as second-order sonorities. And Agostino Di Scipio points out that they represent what we now call the emergent properties of sound structure. Xenakis speculates that third and higher level sonorities are possible, and notes that his mixing of techniques from each level of this table of coherences creates music that is automatically homogenized and unified. While Xenakis' appraisal of the possibilities of his compositional system may be somewhat over-optimistic, his usage of these techniques undoubtedly blur the lines between the temporal, micro, and macro levels, a sensation analogous to Lyotard's postmodern sublime. But I argue that it need not stop there. The phenomenon of emergence is what allows for Kane's topological process of figuration. And it can continue to higher levels of Xenakis' table. As François Delalande and Evelyne Gaillou point out, listening for Xenakis always means understanding, and that he encourages the process of figuration, especially through repeated listening. Above timbre, we reach what Jean-Luc Hervé calls sonic images, which he defines as an imagined concrete musical situation in point form or sequence, which has an autonomous musical significance. One could say that the sonic image is the smallest element that holds the signature of the composer, from which we see emerge his style. For Xenakis, end quote. For Xenakis, these are the raw materials that so clearly distinguish his works, glissandi, clouds of sounds, and the like. Di Scipio goes further, arguing that in principle, timbre and form are inseparable notions in Xenakis. We can thus imagine a parallel series of constructed phenomena that replace the traditional materials of music: tone, figuration, melody, phrase, structural unit, composition. Interestingly, we have come back to notions that approach the romantic sublime. Delalande and Gaillou relate the experience of listening to a work such as Terra Tector to perceiving an anamorphosis, that is, an object that appears radically different depending on one's perspective, literally in the case of Terra Tector. Repeated listens from different perspectives allow the listener, even though they may be initially disoriented, to create an enormously complex mental image of the piece by means of their powers of perception and reason. Thus, the sublime in Xenakis' work comes full circle. While acknowledging Lyotard as inhuman at the very lowest level, Xenakis guides the listener and creates in his music an alternative humanism to that of the bourgeois enlightenment that so appalled Kundera. At the very opening of formalized music, Xenakis states that if a work of art succeeds in causing an individual to, quote, lose his consciousness in a truth immediate, rare, enormous, and perfect, even for a single moment, it attains its goal, end quote. Kundera recalls his experience of listening to Xenakis after 1968 helped him to realize that everything that exists, even that which is most familiar, even his own nation, can also not exist. The music of Xenakis proved to be both a catalyst and a balm for these feelings. Quote, his music reconciled me to the inevitability of endings, end quote. That is the postmodern sublime in action. Lyotard asks, quote, what else remains as politics except resistance? resistance to the inhuman in the form of development, which he assigns, quote, the tasks of writing, thinking, literature, arts, to venture to bear witness to it by channeling the other human within each of us, end quote. I think that it's clear, at least in the case of Kundera, Xenakis accomplished both his goal and Lyotard's. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Fascinating questions. Carrie.
Hi, I loved that presentation and I loved all of our presentations equally, but it was sort of touching on a point that when I was working with Sharon Koenig on our exhibitions of Xenakis and catalog, this idea of kind of taking on the kind of structure of Western thought, in such a big and ambitious way, which was both heroic, and then also there was sort of a contradiction there because it was also often very difficult to even, truly experience it. And I'm just wondering if you think that there are sort of like people who follow in the Xenakian tradition at all that like people who are equally in that kind of philosophical way, launching an assault on, the currently unreceived values, or do you think that's just sort of a nostalgic, event that happened in the 50s and 60s?
Well, I don't think there's anyone that I can think of that is not sort of the same extent. I mean, I think this generation, Xenakis' generation, showed us that this kind of radical break is possible, but I think we're still trying to figure out what to do with that information. There's certainly people that are doing, amazing things with sound and that we couldn't have imagined, 50 years ago. But I think that that's still ultimately in the same paradigm that they were working with, back then. So it's hard to say. And I think this has been sort of, at least compositionally, we've had all these things laid out for us, over the last 50 years, and yet we're still coming to terms with them. And I think right now it's all about assimilating these things and combining all these disparate strands that, have happened. And then it's up for the next Xenakis to try and figure out what could happen next.
Thank you. Other questions?
Thanks for this. Really interesting. I'm wondering, just to speculate a bit, like Xenakis in later of his music, he seems to have moved away from the radicalness of his earlier music to explore things like, scales and melodies, things that other people have always been engaged with, but he seemed to, and he didn't really write about that very much. Just wonder if you have any thoughts on that evolution, where you could see that he became more conservative in his music. I'm not convinced, but I just wonder what you think.
Well, I think to me that's part of the notion of assimilation, and I see this in a lot of composers of that generation. When you get to something like dynamic stochastic synthesis, like really, what else can you do? Like you're literally manipulating the fabric of sound at the smallest perceptual level. So, like, I'm sure there's some technology that could do something different that we haven't even imagined yet. But in terms of that paradigm, that's probably about as far as you can go. So what's left then is to go back at the things he kind of skipped over and try and integrate them. So I mean, you see also, in terms of American composers, you see people like Cage and Feldman, who after doing a lot of things in terms of performance art, and then for Feldman notation, going back and applying things they learned by writing music like that to things that we would say are more conservative, maybe, but I think they have an attitude, a transformed attitude with regards to these maybe more traditional materials. And to me, that's what affects me strongly as a composer also. Like I use a lot of quotation of historical musical material, but trying to do so in a way that is pretty different from its original context.
Thank you. Other questions? I think we have time for one more if anyone has one. I understand that there is no questions from our online audience. Anxious for lunch? Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we are breaking now for 90 minutes. So come back at 2 o'clock and we will continue our journey. Thanks.
Hi, welcome to the second part of the Global Xenakis Centenary Symposium here at the Graduate Center at CUNY. Today we start with, I'm Olga Tulumi, I'm assistant professor at Bard College. I'm teaching and researching architectural history and media. Today we're welcoming Aram Yerdumian, who is an associate professor of anthropology at Brina Athyn College. And he's the author of Yannis Xenakis' Persepolis, which is coming out with Bloomsbury. Today he will be talking about the Iranian context of the Yannis Xenakis Persepolis, a brief review of the historical turning point at a very timely moment for Iran and Iranian women. So thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, and thanks for welcoming me to this cool event. So the title of the talk is The Iranian Context of Persepolis. And like Olga said, that means I'll be going through some details so we can all better understand the premiere of Persepolis. And this is also the subject of my book, which should be out early next year. Obviously, in the book, there's a lot more detail than I have time for in half an hour, but what I can do is offer you a sketch of what you'll find in the book. So one thing that I want to do right away is clarify a popular misconception. And I realize I'm speaking to a room full of Xenakis experts, but a surprising number of articles and books imply that Persepolis was premiered at the infamous 2500th anniversary celebration of the Persian Empire, and it wasn't. It was, in fact, premiered at the Shiraz Arts Festival, which was held in conjunction with that infamous event, but was a month earlier than that event. So the Shiraz Arts Festival was an international festival held between 1967 and 1977. And this was the initiative of the Empress, Farah Pahlavi. And the idea of the festival was twofold. One, to introduce Iranian audiences to Western music and also to showcase lesser known performing artists from Iran. So the Empress sent out emissaries around the country and found musicians and puppeteers and theater artists and referred to this gathering of Iranian unknowns as an embarrassment of riches. So all of this was presented in Iran alongside John Cage, Stockhausen, Bruno Maderna, playwright Robert Wilson. And that's some pretty avant-garde material being presented in Iran in the 60s. So Xenakis participated 3 times at the Shiraz Festival, first in 1968 with Nui, which was an a cappella vocal work made up of syllables from Mycenaean, Sumerian, and Persian texts. He participated again in 1969 with Persephassa, and the 3rd time at Persepolis. In the preface to the Nui score, Xenakis makes an overtly political gesture with his dedication to disappeared political prisoners. And it should not be lost on anyone that this was a bold move to make at a time when Iranians who opposed the Shah were routinely being maimed and killed by the secret police. These names, by the way, if you try and research them, you will come up with basically nothing. They're real people, but I think Xenakis chose them not for their being well-known political prisoners, but for their being obscure people. So at the time, opposition to Mohammad Reza Shah was increasing, and some 5,000 Savak, which is the secret police agents, were out on the streets hunting dissidents, torturing them in secret facilities, as well as acting as media censors. Savak had tremendous power and were feared, especially in Tehran. At the same time, bribes were part of the Iranian general economy, and the Shah's family made hundreds of millions of dollars each year with money flowing upward. And the conditions for revolution were ripening. And ultimately, one of the reasons, the main reason that this revolution was so successful is because ultra-conservative clerics and leftists both opposed the Shah. So everyone on all sides of the political spectrum who were otherwise enemies had one thing in common. And in the eyes of many, on all sides of the spectrum, again, the Shiraz festivals and the 25th anniversary party in 1971 represented the widening gap between the rich and the poor. This is for the leftists, I guess. And for the clerics, it represented a kind of moral degeneracy. And ultimately, the Shiraz festivals have been argued as having contributed something to the final downfall of the Shah. But nobody was really saying this in public in the 60s and 70s, because after all, the Shah and Savak controlled the press, but people were saying it. Despite this, Xenakis's small anti-authoritarian gesture in the preface to the score of Nui, he received 2 more invitations to premiere work at the Shiraz festivals. Persephassa in 1969 was held at the Persepolis site, at the archaeological site, which was the ceremonial capital of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. So Persephassa is a percussion work for 6 players who are positioned in a hexagonal formation surrounding the audience. And I think that's important because it tells us that Xenakis had seen the potential of the landscape and the architecture and its acoustic dynamics, and was thinking perhaps about what he could do there if he was invited again. So he received an official invitation from the organizers of the Shiraz Festival to participate a 3rd time for the 1971 edition. And that year's events would be different than any before because they were held on the same year as the 2500th anniversary celebration of the founding of the Persian Empire. And accordingly, the festival organizers asked Xenakis to develop a sonnet lumiere for the premiere of the opening of the 1971 festival. And this would be held at Persepolis on the night of August 26th. And this time, he would expand the range of action out from the site itself into the hillsides and the Naksh-i-Rostam, which is the necropolis where the lineages of Darius and Xerxes are buried. And this is part of what would get him into trouble. So Persepolis was, maybe I can say, the most or one of the most technically complex sound assembly processes that he had undertaken to date. He began by collecting found sounds, some but not all of which he identifies in the sketch plan for the work. We don't know what they all are, but we know that ceramic wind chimes, a Japanese gong, wind, an airplane, timpani rolls, clarinets, strings, and the sound of cardboard being folded were among the sound elements that he used. The rest we can't really identify, but maybe it doesn't matter because they don't really have an independent life. In the final product, they all blend into the whole of the work. So for the score for the piece is almost as painstakingly assembled as the work itself. On graph paper, Xenakis carefully pasted measured strips representing the sequence of the the sound objects, which he called lambda elements. The character of some of the elements, like jet and their position, are notated on the paper, or noted on the paper. So while each always lasted the same length of time, he avoided repetitions by varying the attack points or using different sections of the same material. Here's another version of the score. And here you can see the lambda elements arranged in sequence to form the layers of the sound mass. This is the kind of thing people do every day now on their laptop. But in 1971, this was an analog studio process. All the sound was layered on magnetic tape. And in this case, at a studio in Paris with a 16 that happened to have a 16-track Ampex recorder and a 24-channel AMS Neve console for mixing and mastering. No one had quite done anything like that before. And the reason I went to the lengths of describing how this works is this wasn't a premiere for Parisian audiences. This was a premiere that was to be broadcast in the Iranian desert. In the program notes booklet that was distributed at the event, and that was really hard to find, Xenakis described Persepolis in physical rather than conceptual terms. This music corresponds to a rock tablet on which hieroglyphic or cuneiform messages are engraved in a compact or hermetic way, delivering their secrets only to those who want and know how to read them. The history of Iran, a fragment of the world's history, is thus elliptically and abstractly represented by means of clashes, explosions, continuities, and underground currents of sound. The event began at 8 p.m. on August 26th. The nearly 1 hour Sonnet Lumiere was touched off as Xenakis spooled the first reel of Persepolis. Actually, there was all of or a portion of another of his works was a prelude, but the real event touched off with the spooling of Persepolis, which was broadcast on 59 multi-channel speakers distributed throughout 6 contiguous listening areas in the ruin. In each room, either 8 or more speakers were distributed, and each set of speakers broadcast one of the 8-track recording of Persepolis to a standing audience. As the music began, the hillsides above the ruin were engulfed in light. 2 gigantic gasoline bonfires were ignited at the Nakshi-Rostam necropolis with additional light from battery-powered car headlamps pointing skyward, and from a few red laser beams sweeping across the ruins. Then several groups of Shiraz schoolboys, about 130 in all, gathered with torches at the base of the hillside. In view of the listening audience, they climbed to the summit of the hill in the direction of the fires and stood forming an outline of light between the crest and the sky. There's film footage of this event. That's not always easy to find, but you can see a still on the right side of the screen that I grabbed from that film of the school children carrying the torches up the hill in the dark. This comes from a French documentary film about the event called Xenakis Persepolis, which is the only officially released film of the event. Also on site, there was an Iranian crew who recorded a few additional minutes of footage. Response to the Shiraz festivals in general, and Persepolis in particular, is important here. Newspaper articles following the event mostly described it in negative or ambivalent terms. Amir Taheri's August 28th review in Kaihan is one example of this, but there were many others. This one is interesting because he mentions the placement of the bonfires at the Nakshi-Rostam, which is reputed to have been the place where Alexander's troops entered Persepolis to complete their conquest of the Persian Empire. And thus, here comes another Greek to burn down Persia. The theme was also taken up at a contentious roundtable discussion with students a few days after the event. Xenakis and his supporters tried to explain that the fire and lights represented the Zoroastrian values of eternal life, and thus the triumph of good over evil. And the children themselves represented the carriers of these values into tomorrow. a cry for hope for the future. But then I wonder how many of those school children went on to participate in the revolution. Other students at the event lambasted the music itself, saying it simply could not be evaluated as good or bad because its meaning was one arbitrarily chosen by its maker. And someone else described the lack of symbolic meaning, saying it could have been presented as an homage to a sausage factory. It didn't help that Xenakis, unlike Stockhausen and the others, had a direct connection to the empress and thus to the court of the Shah. So for this reason, Xenakis received some of the most serious criticisms, not from Iranian students or journalists, but rather from Iranian expats who had the ability to speak openly in the press. And they characterized Xenakis as, or they criticized Xenakis for consorting with an oppressive dictator who was an abuser of human rights. The Persian French artist published a letter in Le Monde on November 24th of 1971, in which he asked how Xenakis and Peter Brooks could actively be taking part in the happening of Persepolis and endorse it when Asadollah Alam, the Iranian minister of the imperial court, apparently publicly declared that the peasants must sell their blankets in order for the festivities to take place. So it's ironic that Persepolis became briefly a symbol for that which Xenakis spent his entire life fighting against. It must have been painful for him not just to be generally misunderstood, but to be misperceived as standing for the opposite of his beliefs. In 1976, Xenakis officially cut ties with the Iranian regime, citing the political impossibility of continuing, and thus the ending of a chance to appear at the next Shiraz festival. And also giving up the opportunity to design an arts center, which would have been funded by the Empress. Among those who were taking notice of the festival programming was Khomeini. In 1977, while in exile in Najaf, because the Shah had thrown him out, he preached to a crowd of followers, "You do not know what prostitution has begun in Iran. You are not informed. The prostitution which has begun in Iran and was implemented in Shiraz, and they say it is to be implemented in Tehran too, cannot be retold. Is this the ultimate, or can they go even further to perform sexual acts among a crowd under the eyes of the people?" Khomeini is here referring to Pig Child Fire, an Artaud-inspired play performed by the Squat Theatre Hungarian company that featured in its Iranian iteration a forced sexual encounter without nudity. By the time the revolutionary activity got fully underway, leading to the well-known ouster of the royal family in January 1979, nobody was talking about the Shiraz festivals or the 2500th anniversary anymore, because so much had happened in the meantime. But it could be argued that they were fertile ground for the seeds of anger to be sown. Thank you. We taking questions?
Somehow that feels so topical, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Always. Questions? Carrie.
Thank you so much for that. There were so many interesting points you brought up, and I think the thing that I was, we did a restaging of this in Los Angeles in 2010, I think it was, yeah. And the thing that was so impressive to me, which I never got about Xenakis's work, even though I had studied with him a little bit, and had done this, these events around his music, was the sheer physicality of the sound, like those, 50 plus loudspeakers, wandering through. And, the fact that it wasn't even a musical, it wasn't a sound experience. It was like a kind of a primal, it feels like dipping into the history of Greek drama kind of element. So I was really surprised when you were talking about the sausage factory thing, because it seemed like more assaultive in a kind of good way than that. And I was wondering if there was any comment, Terry, about the music itself, aside from, to me, the work is so, even more than other things I've heard, gets to this elemental nature of what he talks about. So I wonder if you could address it.
There was, and it's interesting because the way Amir Taheri characterized it in Kaihan International was meant to be derogatory, well, maybe not, meant to be demeaning, but it was actually kind of accurate. I don't have the phrasing in my memory, but he described it as, like, a whirl of sounds like jets and wind and so on. And he got all that correct. It was actually fairly accurate, but he didn't intend that to be purely descriptive. He intended it to be a takedown. So there was a little bit of description of the sound art itself, or the music itself, but none of it was really too positive. Which is interesting because Stockhausen had been there, and there were others in the press who said, who came out and said that it was a mistake to have this avant-garde material to festivals because we were just beginning to listen to Bach. Stockhausen was impossible. That's a quote from somebody. Anyway.
I want to encourage our online viewers. We know you're there because we can see that. And to us, you're just as much a part of this as people in the room. We really want to encourage you to ask questions. Don't be shy. Our colleague Pedro is watching the Q&A. So you are not talking into a black hole. Please ask your questions or make your comments. We really encourage you to do that. And in the absence of that, for the moment, here's one here.
Thank you for this. It's great to meet you in person also.
Yeah.
I'm following up on what Carrie is talking about, because it would have been like, it's funny, the reports that I just wonder, with a huge sound system, and Xenakis, he's famous for really, really loud playback of his that it wouldn't have been overwhelming as a sonic, let alone the rest, but as a sonic experience. It's just funny that nobody would have been, commenting at all on that. Which leads me to wonder if the reports were people who weren't really there.
That's an interesting point. And one of the details that I was unable to establish for the purpose of the book is who was there. I actually corresponded a little bit. I shouldn't say this if I ever want to go to Iran. I corresponded a little bit with Farah Pahlavi, and she couldn't remember who was there. It was there's a lot of mix-up of the two events, because at the 2500th anniversary party, everybody was there. Spiro Agnew was there. But nobody remembers who was at the opening of the Shiraz Festival. Certainly journalists must have been there, but maybe you're right. Maybe some traveled down. I think that this was more of a, looking for an excuse to be dramatic in print, because you couldn't in the press say everything you wanted to say, but you could criticize these things in this way and get your point across. But without criticizing the Shah, because it's his event and it's his newspaper.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was going to ask about, because it's so tricky in that kind of a context to write anything. So my experience somewhere else in Poland and before during the Soviet times was kind of like that. People developed a whole ability to write around things and be critical without actually being critical. So if somebody, wanted to, so that I sort of, my sense from what you're reporting is that there was some of that.
Yeah, I think it was a circuitous criticism of the whole thing, and maybe nobody was thinking too carefully about what Xenakis was doing. But there are books that are dedicated just to what Savak, the secret police, was saying about the Shiraz festivals, all in Persian. And Hushang Shahabi and I looked carefully, and Stockhausen is mentioned by the secret police, but they considered it to be an idiot. They considered it to just be a waste of money, but not threatening in any way. And this is Savak talking, right? But Xenakis isn't even mentioned, how do you look up the word Xenakis in Persian? It was, we tried every different possible way, but we don't think he was even mentioned in there.
Okay, so we have one final question. It's from the Q&A on the Zoom. It's from Lauren Roser asking, can you tell us more about the recording and mixing process?
Okay, that's another thing I wish I could tell you more about, simply because the Studio Acousti in Paris is out of business. I did reach out to someone who had formerly worked there, but not the owner and not anyone who was there in 1971. And everyone who was there in 1971 is gone. We're too late. So that studio put out an awful lot of stuff by French folk artists and so on. And Persepolis was a real anomaly to have come out of that studio. And I think that Xenakis chose it because it had the ability to do 16 tracks. And probably in 1971, not even Pierre Schaeffer had the ability to do 16 tracks. But otherwise, why wouldn't? And I think by then the GRM was kind of folded anyway. But so I regret that I can't be too technical about that, at least at the moment.
But didn't Daniel Teig or
Yeah,
because he remastered those for the version that we did. So he must have had some kind, because you did talk to him.
Oh, yeah.
And what did he say about that?
Well, just in terms of how, okay, well, so we know that there were, 8 tracks, and Persepolis had to be recorded on 2 different reels, because, an audio reel lasts about no more than half an hour. So they had to be, he had to spool the second tape overlapping the first tape, so there wasn't a break at the premiere. And one of the reasons that, if you've noticed, every version of Persepolis is a different time. Some are off by 14. One is off by 14 minutes from the other. Some of that comes down to, poor mastering or mastering at the wrong speed. But according to Daniel, who I presume is in the audience, the version he did, he allowed for a longer overlap than the more recent Carl Records reissue, which is also, I think, pretty good. Anyway, so there's probably more that could be said about how the recording was made, but I don't know that I can.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we are welcoming Fabrice Marandola, who is an associate professor of percussion and contemporary music at the Schulich School of Music of McGill University in Montreal. Miriam Busser, a visual artist, keyboardist actually turned visual artist, whose mesmerizing video music installations, immersive projects, and audiovisual performances merge the organic and the synthetic sound. And Dominique Thibault, who is a studio-based electronic music composer, improviser, coder, and instrument creator, now assistant professor at the Université de Montréal. And they will be performing Polytope 21. Am I correct? Creating a polytope for the stage. So it is the title for a concert that they put together, or that was put together by the Montreal-based percussion sextet Sictrum to pay tribute to Yannis Xenakis. And they will be joining us virtually.
Hello, my name is Fabrice Marodola. I'm an associate professor of percussion and contemporary music at the Schuly School of Music at McGill University in Montreal. I'm also the director of the Center for Interdisciplinary Research in Music, Media and Technology, also known as CURMIT, and a founding member of percussion ensemble Sictrum. Together with my colleagues Myriam Boucher and Dominique Thibault, I will present our recent and ongoing research creation project, Polytope 21. Our project aimed to mark both Xenakis centenary and the 50th anniversary of Expo 67, the World's Fair exhibition that took place in Montreal in 1967. It is for the French pavilion of this exhibit that Xenakis created his first polytope, an electronic sculpture that combines light, music, and structure. Polytope 21 is an exploratory project focused on the development of a monumental polytope instrument augmented by electroacoustics to be played by a percussion ensemble. Our reimagining of the polytope is an instrument which would take the form of a musical and luminous structure/sculpture on which performers could play on different stages, be it a traditional concert hall or any other location, in fact. We imagined it as a self-supporting structure made up of light cables on which the musicians would play, a bit like a giant harp. The percussionists would move through the cables, striking, rubbing, and pinching them. The research on the design of the instrument took place in 4 stages, both at CURMIT and at the Faculty of Music of the University of Montreal, thanks to an Agile Seed grant from CURMIT. During our first residency, we built a cursory wooden frame, 8 feet by 4 feet, to test different things. The first one was the strings, from fishing lines to piano strings. The tuning system with bass guitar keys and tuning pegs, audio pickup, and of course, different playing techniques and audio interactions. during the second phase of our project, we opted for 3 independent structures to be played each by 2 performers. We built them with aluminum pipes, and we started to test different disposition setups for the strings to evoke the hyperbolic paraboloids of the original polytop. We also worked on the pickup system that you can see on the top right of your screen, that is made up of a pickup combined with a tuning system and attached independently to the frame, and we nicknamed them mouse traps. Of course, we kept working on different play techniques, combining them and different types of interactions, while in the same time working on solidifying the structure that was put under lots of stress from the tension of the piano strings. For the third phase of our project, we moved to the University of Montreal in a larger studio to add the lights to the structures and to start composing and rehearsing the piece. The last step brought us to the stage of Claude Champagne Concert Hall, where we set up both Pléiade, that was the second part of the concert, and our Polytop 21, and proceeded to test it in real conditions on stage.
Hello, my name is Dominique Thibault, and I will be presenting the electroacoustic system of the Polytop, as well as the composition process involved in the project. What we see here are the schematics of the electroacoustic system for a single station. That connection plan was repeated a second and a third time in order to attain 3 complementary semi-autonomous stations to this monumental instrument. In brief, we can see that electromagnetic pickups collecting the sound of the string are fed into a mixer. The mixer serves the purpose of routing signals to the various destinations of the system, that being the computer, an effects module, loudspeakers, and transducers. Now, let's look in greater details the choice that were made in the design of this electroacoustic system. First, the string is collected with what is commonly known as guitar pickups, or electromagnetic pickups. These prove useful as they allowed each string to be collected individually without noise from the structure. In practice, they are connected 4x4 in a parallel series circuit, which maintains the original impedance of the pickup. Although they proved to be efficient for capturing the sound of the string, they also brought a series of challenges, interferences being the most problematic. Humbucker pickups, which are double coiled with reverse phase, were used as they have a much lower noise floor than single coil pickups. We also had to ground, on individual basis, the structure of the pickup to the structure of the instruments, and sometimes even to the main ground to reduce self-noise. The use of a passive DI box, in other words, a transformer, also helped keep the signal clean. A single computer was used to run the audio of the installation. The 3 audio interfaces from the 3 stations are connected to the computer via USB and aggregated in a single core audio device to allow easy two-way communication between the stations and the computer. The main purpose of the computer is to digitally process the audio produced by the acoustic instrument, transforming its natural timbre and extending it. With the actual routing of the pickups, we are able to process the signal of each performer differently. That gives us a great range of sonic possibilities. A centralized computer also means that the processing can evolve from section to section of the composition, and it also facilitates the synchronization with the video and the lights, together with the audio signal. The digital audio workstation used in this project is Ableton Live, and the coding environment to complement it is Max for Live. We used 4 loudspeakers in total in this installation. Their main purpose is to amplify the sound of the string itself, as well as amplify the DSP coming from the computer. On the center station, there are 2 loudspeakers in order to maintain a left-right stereo image. And on the side station, there's a single loudspeaker each. The positioning of the loudspeakers was decided for 2 reasons. They are placed behind of the performers. One of the main reasons is because it allows us to use them as stage monitors, as well as diffusing the sound from behind the instrument, which helps it blend with the natural acoustic sound of the instrument. Last but not least, we included transducers in the installation, which are mechanical exciters. They work just like loudspeakers. You send audio into them, but they turn them into vibration. It's a great way of injecting sound into the strings, and we found that through feedback, we can develop a way of sustained sounds, which is similar to bowing in a way. Also, the sound that is sent into the transducers is completely separated from the sound sent to the loudspeaker, which gives us great opportunities of, say, doing feedback on the string, but with only the acoustic sound of the string that is heard. In the next example, we're going to see exactly that. So the performers use a transducer to produce a drone section to the piece. Now let's talk about the composition process of the piece. The piece was developed through workshops, a series of residencies where musicians were to explore the possibilities of the instrument. We got really lucky because we work with percussionists and they are used to deal with non-conventional instruments, which means they are able to extract as much of the sonic possibilities of an instrument as possible. Through the guidance of the composers and instrument makers, we developed prospective techniques that were validated with the musician, and sometimes the feedback of the musician allowed us to adjust the design of the instrument itself. Through all of this process, notes were drawn, and it helped us to develop the composition after that. The composition is scored through text, which are basically little, very short performance instructions that specify a series of things coming from the type of interaction the musician should have with the instrument, as well as who's the leader of a particular section, or a description of what the DSP is going to be like. All of these sections to the piece are based on improvisation. They rely on established processes between the musician and the composers, and that are explored through improvisation. And they're usually progressive timbre manipulation made by the musician.
Hello, my name is Miriam Boucher, and I will talk about the light system of the instrument. For the light system, we use the LEDs, 2D mix gimbal LED bars, 2D mix gimbal in pocket hole, 6 S-gimbal LEDs with DMX box, 10 Barina LED lamps, and 2 dimmer packs to control the Barina LED lamps by DMX. So the idea was to control the LEDs by MIDI in Ableton Live. To do it, we use the DMX box made by Entech. The problem that we had was that 10 Barina LED lamps plus 24 pickups makes a lot of noise. So each time that the musicians were playing on the strings, we had this big noise, and it was impossible to do something with this noise within the music. So the idea that I had was to make video mapping on the 10 Barina LED lamps. So we used video to project on each bar. The idea for the scenography was to control most of the LEDs by the sound, but also to make something that underlining the structure of the instrument, the stage, lighting on musicians, because we didn't wanted to use the lighting in the venue, because the strings are already really thin. We use also the lighting so that the musicians can see them during the playing. For the audiovisual composition, the idea was to creating focus points of musicians, giving a glimpse of parts of the instrument at specific times, and formally cutting the musical piece into several sections. So it was really an audiovisual approach for all the composition. When we were working on the composition and with the musicians, we had a lot of discussions about, okay, if you do that on the string, I will turn on this light. If you do that, I will turn off this light. And at this point, we will put the focus on this station. So it was really an audiovisual composition. Let's see little extracts of the show.
From the point of view of the performer, this project helped us explore a few different things. First one is playing on strings, which is not that common for classical percussionists, especially when we had to master different modes of triggering those strings, for example, using actuators in one hand while changing the pitch or the texture, the color with the other hand, and or manipulating the interaction of the electronics. As in the case in such project, it's actually a cumulative knowledge that you build together and which is based on empirical experience. Another aspect which is very interesting, beside the mastery of this hybrid instrument, which is partly acoustic and we can play it totally acoustically and partly electronics, is the fact that it's a common instrument. It's actually one instrument divided between 6 performers or 3 subsets of a large instrument, which is actually brought to life only when all the performers are actually playing together. So what's next with our polytop? We've started working in collaboration with a team of student engineers from École de Technologie Supérieure in Montreal, who took the polytop as it was and imagined where it could go further. After a first storm of ideas, they came up with 3 main structures. The helicoradian, which is inspired by a little creature that lives in the sea, which is called the Christmas tree worm rock. The second one is inspired by sailboats, and the third one by trees. They work to bring those ideas to concrete drawings and working on all the aspects that are related to instrument design, including all the engineering aspects of building those instruments every time on the different set and having them resistant enough because of tension of the strings while providing ergonomical access to the strings and a very interesting design. In particular, they worked a lot on the tuning system and find a way that would be both easy to work with and durable. On the tensions and constraints of our structure, that was a weakness that we found during the process of a research project. On the ergonomy, which is always a good thing for percussionists, and also on lots of many details, bringing the number of parts of each structure from several hundreds to just a few dozens. Our aim is to bring those new polytops to life in the next year or so. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I think we have them with us live. Let's see. Hello. Yes, we do. Here the 3 of them are. Welcome. That was fascinating. Do we have any questions? Harry.
Sorry, I have this training as a journalist, so I always have questions. So I think that the instrument is amazing, and I love the continuation of the polytope. We were having some sound issues here, so my one question was: is there a system that's determining the transitions between sections and things like that, or you were just demonstrating the instrument itself? Like, is there a numeric system that's telling, when the light part is, exposing the musicians and things like that? That was my question.
I will take that one if it's okay. So yes, behind it all is a master computer that runs the show, and basically it's based on the composition that was previously made. But it's a 2-part, right? There's a part of it that is actually building the instrument and building that system, the system that will allow different compositions too, because that's part of the perspectives of the project, is we would like to commission works for other composers. And so we were interested in developing a system that would allow composers to work with their usual tools and easily organize time. And so it is quite easy to just go from one section to another. They're basically just messages that are sent between the video computer and the audio computer, messages that are OSC type, if that answers correctly the question. Am I answering correctly?
That will do for now. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we have time for only one more. Do we have an online question, Pedro? No. Anyone else have one last question? In which case, thank you very much. That was fascinating. We appreciate your participation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we have Yin Yu, who is a multidisciplinary artist, designer, and engineer, investigating and examining interactive multimedia environments in the intersection of architecture, music, and emerging technologies, along with Conrad Harris, who is a virtuoso violinist, member of the Flax Quartet and violin duo String Noise, and concertmaster with the SEM Orchestra and the Ostravska Banda. And they will be performing The Shape of Light, a screen-based visual composition for Xenakis' Mika and Mika S. Thank you.
There's a second part, which is that afterwards, Yin is going to be giving a PowerPoint describing what you just heard. So.
Thank you, everyone. So great to be here and also so great to collaborate with Conrad again. Very, very pleasure. And so today in this presentation, I'm going to explain the visual part of this live performance. Coming from architecture background and now I'm practiced as a multimedia artist, I always wonder what is the connection between Xenakis' music work and architectural work. And I come to realize that light is the bridge between his music and architecture. And light has a form and light also embodied time. And this is how this visual composition inspired from Xenakis' light's work. So there's a two version of this performance, and one was recorded a couple months ago during the Xenakis' birthday on May 29, 2022. And we recorded performance and I using that pre-recording audio to generate visual and then do a little bit post-production of that video work. And later we will see that video during our coffee break. And the second version is today's this live performance at Graduate Center. And this is a live performance, and today the presentation I will mainly focus on the live performance setting. So for the live performance setting, there's two parts in the performance. One is the screen, projecting screen, which you see during the live performance. And another part is a performance interface, which is I do the control console during the performance, which on the top is the project screen and at the bottom is the interface. And I developed this system using Touch Designer, which is a node-based visual program software for live performance and multimedia art. And this is the interface from a performance on my computer. And on the screen here on the left is a small screen that I can see what's going on during the live performance. On the right side, there's a couple of slide bar, which is a control based on different parameter settings. And I don't want to over complex during the performance, so I limited myself to 6 parameters during this performance, actually 7 by the end. And so there's a couple, on the first one is a screen switch, which is there's a couple scenes during the performance. And then also the second one is a gain, which is the sounds captured from my laptop microphone. And there's also object switch and point scale, etc. That later I will explain a little bit detail in the next couple of slides. And here's the main scenes that I will focus on, which is inspired from Xenakis' architectural work and light work. I have 6 scenes, which orders in from Philippe Pavilion, and then walking through the Philippe Pavilion. And one scene focus on just hyperbolic, parabolic surface. And then another 3 scenes focus on light, which is a flash, laser, and light cannons. And as you probably know that in Xenakis polytopes, he's using a lot of flashlight and laser light. And in his early work, working with Le Corbusier on the La Torre, there's a light cannon under the chapel. So that is the inspiration. So this is one of the scene. I first using 3D modeling to model a very basic shape of a Philippe Pavilion. And then I import that 3D shape geometry into Touch Design network. And then using the network, it can abstract the 3D geometry shape either in point or line or cloud. And in this case, I using a point, and so each point can also sounds activate during the performance. So the night work start from 3D modeling and then into rendering, and then I output as a performance one scene. This is another scene. I want to see what if I just using one surface of Philippe Pavilion, how the result looks like. And I quite like it. It's just only focus on single surface, which is a double curved curvature surface. And then it's generate this geometry. And here's another scene that's still based on the Philippe Pavilion 3D shape. And in this case, each point is using vector as a mimic of a laser, because laser has a direction and vector has a direction, and we can change in the each vector point as a represent of a laser. And last time during the first version of the performance, Conrad also suggested me, what if we integrate some colors? So in our live performance, this second version, I start to integrate color into the second part, which is a Mika S performance. And in this audio sounds active design, there's a few parameters using as information to active the visual part, which is audio detection, beat detection, as well as using frequency. And since violin has a high pitch frequency, so in this frequency setting, I set up high pass is 2000 hertz, low pass is below 1000 hertz, and then in the middle band pass is 1500 hertz. So here's a little bit detail focus on the mapping of the color. So using the each different frequency paths to control the color and mapping to them to RGB, and then based on the real-time sounds, the visual part will capture the frequency and then mapping to the color during the performance. And I think this is the last slide, and I want to conclude that light in Xenakis' work is poetic, dramatic, emotional, and powerful. And Xenakis not only create a new aesthetic of light art, but also project a future direction for the role of light. And today is just an early experiment by using his concept and continue using new digital media to create a vision of light. And I hope in the future we will keep collaboration and continue more artwork. Thank you.
Thank you for that fabulous performance and that really interesting light show, the one with it and the information behind it. I'm sure there will be questions, and I guess they could be either for Yin or for Conrad. Shall I call on Carrie? Yes, Olga.
Hi. I think I never thought about, like, I have worked a lot on the polytopes that Xenakis has designed and researched them. I have never thought before, for some reason, how important light is in his work. And you're right, because in 1958, he completed the Sun Tower for the Chandigarh complex that he was designing within Le Corbusier's office. And he names it like the Sun Tower, right? Like there is this idea of like light coming in. And it is a prevalent theme that he continues afterwards. So you're very right on that point. Now, from my study, when he does the polytopes, there is a three-dimensional element to it, right? And what you're doing is two-dimensional on a screen. So I just wanted to ask you, if you had like the means, how would you like this performance to be in space, right? Because now you just use the screen that was available here, but what would for you be the ideal setup, just out of curiosity?
Actually, that would be my next step. I really hope that I can bring this not just onto this screen, but also in the whole environment settings. And there's a couple ways maybe we can approach. One is the easiest way, maybe we can use in projecting to project the space. And also another way is using VR. But I think for ideally, I really want to, like previous presentation, that do some installation, and then this software is very capable to control all the other devices, make it integrate very well with the light, with the more interactive elements, physical installation. So in the future, I wish to go that directions to bring everything together into a physical space, not only on the 2D screen. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Other questions? Pedro, any online questions? Okay. Yes.
Thanks. That was really interesting. And I was just wondering, so you're doing some extraction of features from Conrad's playing in real time to control this. But it occurred to me that a different way to do it would be to just take the score as the source of your control data, and then just take the random walk that is used in Mika or Mika-S and in some way work directly with that. Have you experimented with this kind of thing as well?
Let me try to understand your question. So you're asking this performance is a real-time sounds reactive,
yeah.
and then if it's not sounds reactive, just a pure running the visual part.
What I'm saying is, I would imagine that in some sense, like Xenakis was transcribing whatever data points that he had produced into music notation through graphic representation first. I'm wondering if you would want to do the same thing, basically take the score and transcribe that in some sense directly into some kind of visualization. Then you would take out the performer. Right. I mean, but it can be a hybrid, of course. It can be some reactive elements and some aspects can be score based. So
music, the notes.
Notes. Oh, I like a music.
I was just explaining that, yeah, if I think what you were talking about, if you take the score, the music, and use the notes and the shape of the music to use that instead of the sound.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what is that?
And then also combine it with input from your performance as well.
Oh, with both?
Like, could be a hybrid.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
I don't want to be totally replaced, but
Yeah, today when I do the performance, I have a little bit like a note. It's also kind of my personal graphic score a little bit. So when I listen, I also try to do a little bit my own interpretation how the visual could be. Some parts is a resonate, some parts is just by itself. So the sounds could be working with the visual, but not necessary. And I try to see how it looks like in the performance society. So
if no one else. Okay, so another idea, just building off your comment, like Xenakis's notations, scores are already really graphic, right? So why use the Philips Pavilion and not use the score as, I don't know, a mirroring of the performance as well? And the second question would be like, what has been your collaboration here also?
oh, yeah, sure, I'll take it.
You can answer which
Well, this was kind of our collaboration was kind of the brainchild of Sharon Kanosh, and put us both together to come up with something. So we didn't know each other before then, and you know, Sharon said, yeah, you have to work with Yin on this because she's amazing. And so I flew to California and we worked on this. And that's, you know, that story. But yeah, the Phillips Pavilion, if I'm saying this correctly, he used Meta-Xenakis to the hyperbolic paraboloids to the shape of the score with the glissandi and the 3D shapes and the yeah. So I suppose I haven't seen for Mika and Mika S. I haven't seen sketches, you know, that he might have used. Yeah, I should look at that. There, I mean, the first piece, Mika, is just one glissando, monophonic, just from start to finish. So it's probably just looks like this. So it's I can't imagine it's I don't know if you could get some kind of three-dimensional thing out of that. And then Mika S has two voices, except for the coda, which is I think he says arabesque, or arboresque. Those bleep, bleep, bleep. Anyway. So I guess you could, but I like the Phillips Pavilion was one of the first things that I saw of Xenakis's architecture, and I was always fascinated with it. So I think it works, but I don't know. I should look into the sketches of Mika and Mika S. Maybe they have something there that are visually interesting. Yeah.
Sure. Sorry. Sharon can point you in the right
Yeah,
direction.
I'm sure she probably will. I hope so.
Yeah. And then how did you get interested in Xenakis, or was that also Sharon? I don't know.
I come from architecture background, and when I was study architecture, no one mentioned Xenakis. When I was in the school, never heard Xenakis before, and I go to a electronic scene, very small concerts in Beijing, China. And then one musician introduced me, oh, you should check out this artist. And I start to know Xenakis. And then I actually contacted Shannon and asked her advice. And then she introduced me a PhD program in media arts and technology. And I just did my PhD from UCSB study under Curtis Rhodes. And right now I'm in San Diego State University teaching interior architecture, but innovative interior architecture. And
so, well, so we all have Sharon to thank for
yeah, it's
all
a
of this.
great story.
And that's amazing. So.
I think we have time. Yeah, we have time for another question if anyone has one. Or comment. Yes.
Thanks. I thought that the moment when the color comes in was very striking. Like first, it looks almost like it's a trick on your eyes, but then it's more obvious. I'm wondering if there was a particular what the reasoning was as to why that particular place in the piece where the color starts coming in.
The color comes in around after the first piece, so it's a star. A little bit at the beginning of the second piece, which is a Mika S. And I start to integrate colors. And for the color choice, I particularly in the last scene, which is looks like a laser with a two main color, which is a yellow and a blue. And it's a kind of my personal thinking about Ukraine. So I want to use that two color.
Great. I think we are good. So thank you so much for that. And we in the room will now have a coffee break. There's some new refreshments back there, and online you can also have a coffee break. Yes. And enjoy the performance that you're going to see. And we will reconvene at 3:30. 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock.
So we are back after the coffee break. We are continuing with Anton Vischer. He's an associate professor in the Faculty of Music of the University of Toronto, where he teaches courses in music theory and skills. He researches and works on the analysis of late 20th century music and text music relationships. Today, he will be talking about La Légendaire, negative form and La Légendaire, where he discusses the electroacoustic composition for the 1978 Paul Top. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Okay. Driving this past summer through a relentless heavy downpour in Western Pennsylvania, I found my attention riveted to the sound of the rain on my rental car. I am not sure how long the experience lasted, but it persisted through several waves as the storm recaptured its peak intensity. Gradually, frustrated with the unending deluge, I began to try to mine the complex sound for some recognizable shape, some definitive waning and waxing. And at that point, I thought of Xenakis. Admittedly, one can imagine somewhat safer moments for such contemplation, but I perceived that the rich, granular sound unfolding around me was not unlike ones I had encountered often in the composer's work, and not only in terms of its mass effect, but also in its difficult to pin down nature. For Richard Barrett, writing about La Légendaire, this is a matter of a kind of time dilation, a conflict between time as clocked and time as experienced. Time is observed just as, in his words, one is forcibly immersed in it instead of a safe distance away. He described this as creating a difficulty in identifying the precise boundaries of his formal conception for La Légende. In my case, I suddenly realized that my attempt to trace a trajectory for the rain was little more than wishful. I was imagining myself stationary as the rain rolled over me, and thus that there might be some coherence to the shape of the sound mass. But in fact, the rain and I were moving relative to each other, and ultimately I could tell little about my fate. A relative lull might mean that I was reaching the outer bands of the storm, but whether those bands augured a release from the incessant wash or by contrast would plunge me into yet another, I would be unable to predict. Such experiences are among our most intense engagements with the apparent passage of time, and the literature on time continues to explore arguments about the reality or not of this passage, in addition, of course, to the reality or not of time itself. I will not attempt to engage much with this here, except to address a particular interesting line of inquiry expressed by the philosopher Robin Le Poidevin as a goal for his work. Quote, to discover something about the nature of time itself by looking at the nature of its mental representation, end of quote, i.e., what can our experiences and how we describe them tell us about the metaphysical status of time? Can they indeed provide some window into its ultimate reality? Beyond the mental representation of a succession of tones, works of music rarely figure in such discussions. But a consideration of music of just the past 50 years suggests the difficulties such a project would encounter, given the vast differences in temporal experience one can find in this repertory. How can the differences between time perception in, say, Brian Fernyhough and Arvo Pärt reveal anything distinctive about time by itself? Xenakis' writings present an ambivalence about time that any deflationary theory of time would have to account for, an awareness of the possible disjunction between time as illusion and as apparent necessity for musical art. Gerard Pape concludes his discussion of these writings, invoking an image that Xenakis himself appealed to in print, by noting that even if music and nature need the blackboard of time to be written on, deep structure for both remains out of time. But reversing this, flipping around its emphasis seems no less accurate, i.e., even if deep structure is out of time, music and nature need the blackboard of time to be written on. Xenakis, the composer, seems to live well enough with this ambivalence, but creating music that expresses this ambivalence, that in some fundamental sense is about it, rather than it being an inevitable passive feature, seems to me another matter. I want to suggest, though, that this is indeed the case for La Légendaire. I hope in this paper to at least outline the suggestion and connect it broadly to explorations in musical form of various kinds, as well as to the foundational texts that Xenakis supplied for the diatope. We could begin with this astronomical object, the Pinwheel Galaxy. Meiser in the Messier catalog, 101, the subject of one of those foundational texts, in particular, Robert P. Kirshner's description of a supernova within it as detected in 1970. Kirshner's account of the science of successful prediction of features of this violent event is striking in its orthogonal relationship to the cosmic violence of the event itself. He notes that the fact that calculations based on models of stars that seem likely to explode agree so well with the observation of stars that actually explode is encouraging. But it is also revealing of the life hidden within such beautiful configurations as the idealized picture on the slide. We perceive a larger structure, but not the hell breaking out beneath it. The playful quotation from the Moroccan poet Abdelatif Lahabi, de la terre ou de toi qui a vraiment tourné, addresses another aspect of rotation, imagining how we might interact with the fact that everything around us is fundamentally in some motion, whether we perceive it or not. We might also think of the Alcide Xenakis' vision of La Légende in conversation with Dominique Drouhin. Quote, I was thinking of someone who would be in the middle of the ocean. All around are the sounding elements, unleashed or not, end of quote. I.e., some elements seem to cycle around the observer. Some seem to become unmoored, floating off into the distance. We are lucky to have a number of detailed analyses of La Légendaire, which outline its materials and their disposition in the structure as a whole. And despite some differences of emphasis, the pictures drawn up by Barrett, James Harley, Makis Solomos, and Pierre-Albert Castanet cohere well with each other. Solomos in particular provides an especially thick hearing of the work with reference to a late draft of the score. In general, the sense is that the overall shape of the work can be described as a circle or an arch. And it's undeniable that the sounds of the beginning and the ending of the work, high whistling tones, shooting stars, resemble each other more than they resemble any other of the work's materials. But it is also striking that they are not exactly the same, as if the circle is really on closer examination the beginning of a spiral, or as if the arch falls short of achieving the expected symmetry. There are differences in pitch and timbre, which I will not attempt to detail here. But I was struck more palpably by the difference between how the sounds of the opening disappear and how the similar sounds of the ending emerge. One way I explored this was to listen to the piece in reverse, the doppelganger, to adopt Jean-Paul Richter's original spelling, shown here. And it's called La Légende de Reed. I was proud of that joke, so let's keep it in there. One way I explored this was to listen, as I said, in the mid-1960s, Edward T. Cohn criticized contemporary writings on the Second Viennese School for being unable, as he claimed, to tell the difference between a 12-tone piece and its mirror image. But my act had no critical intent. Rather, it confirmed for me that the beginning and ending materials realized their formal roles in quite different ways. Let's listen to excerpts from La Légendaire, the right way round, at the crucial points of junction. In the first, about 6 minutes and 30 seconds in, the whistling sounds are slowing down at the end of the first section before the onslaught of new materials in which they will eventually vanish. In the second, related whistling materials appear unexpectedly as the next to last section slowly winds down. This is about 40 minutes in. They are last sounds standing at the end, but their sudden appearance suggests that they have never really gone away. They are alone not because they push away any sounds, but because the others have just dispersed. See if this works. If we hear something. Okay, and that's the beginning transfer from the sounds, and this is the end. So the idea is that there's clearly a relationship between those sounds, but they're also clearly different from each other in some important ways. As an aside, the beginning of La Légion de Ride, the mirror, presents quite a different picture of this material. In its reversal, the ending it appears to blend into the glowing texture instead of remaining aloof from it. Here is the form of La Légion d'Air as presented by James Harley. It provides the most compact visual picture of the work, so it's particularly handy. The traditional formal lettering technique underneath, due to Castanet, provides for my tastes a too literal depiction of an arch. Still, it generally accords well with Harley's divisions. It also suggests something about the frame of the piece. I was kind of thinking of replacing talk of arch with talk of frame. The rise of Castanet's arch, section D, is also the only part of the piece other than the outer sections to be dominated by one sound, the pulsating waves. This is not the only sound that appears in this section, but its wide-ranging exuberance, the deafening phase of the cosmogony in Solomos's apt phrase, easily crowds out the entrances of other materials. And the sound material is limited to this section, just as the A materials are limited to theirs. So despite its even more dramatic departure in texture from the A materials at either end, it seems useful to me to link the high whistling sounds, which minimally saturate their texture, with the metallic waves, their opposite, which maximally saturate, as Harley notes, as linked together to form the complete frame of the piece. The other materials, what Castanet labels as B and C, or C prime and B prime, suggest another potential weakness to the arch picture. They are asymmetrically arrayed, gradually layered in the space between the beginning of the frame and the middle prong, and amassed together in the space between the middle prong and the emergence of the eventual end of the frame. But in either case, while the frame materials themselves are notable for their aloofness, the others, the intervening sections, are gregarious, interacting with each other in a variety of ways. The clearest way in which they create space for these interactions is in their basically cyclic shape. They are characterized by reasonably clear onsets, and they are continually renewed. As illustration, I've chosen a minute or so after the entry of the sound stream whose cyclic appearance is easiest to perceive, what Harley describes as brassy, noisy onset, and Solomos as white noise followed by Brownian motions. We hear it 3 times in this excerpt, the 3rd time after an Mbira major 6th signal. It is not the only material that cycles through in this excerpt. The active texture also features a recurrence of a major 2nd driven fluty version of what Xenakis designates as Yimbard Africaine, and the undulating granulated texture that was the first new sound to emerge after the opening is still active in this passage. This should play. the idea is I'm hearing that material as overlaid cycles. I should also say that in reference to what Jim Harley said this morning about the different versions of La Légion d'Air, as far as I can tell, the basic observations I'm making also hold for the Cologne version as well, but I'm still getting to know that. So, but this is from the mode recording. I am as yet undecided what the best way to describe music which is built out of such multiple irregularly aligning cyclic threads. I have come to think of it as a kind of epicyclic form, not for Ptolemaic resonances, but out of the sense of circles upon circles in a more literal parsing of the word. It seems to me that this is one way in which Xenakis enacts temporal ambivalence. Within each cycle, there seems to be a more or less conventional behavior for this sound: noise, then Brownian motion. Each cycle has a clear blackboard trajectory, but the interaction of these separate blackboards, beyond leading to a fluctuating density, not at all unlike the fluctuating density I experienced in my rainy drive, itself creates no clear shape. In this piece, time seems to function at smaller scales, not at its deepest levels. Meanwhile, the deeper levels themselves are revealed by the framing music of what Castanet labels A and D. Admittedly, one might wonder even more about the inclusion of the music of D as a frame rather than as an epicycle. After all, it has the shape of a wave and what could be more recurrent. But its lack of interaction, given its tendency to dominate aural space, and its fundamentally continuous nature, in which it is constantly in the process of altering almost every aspect of its sonic identity, leads me to be more comfortable in representing it as a kind of negative of the outer A sections. In thinking of the function of cyclic rotation here, I was reminded of the study of rotational form in tonal music that has been spurred by the sonata theory of James Hepikowski and Warren Darcy. Xenakis and sonata theory make for especially strange bedfellows, and I won't push the analogy, but the Hepikowski description on the screen detailing the balance of cyclical motivic and linear tonal functional aspects of sonata procedure does have points of contact with this preceding discussion. As Hepikowski writes, quote, to observe the rotational principle at work in sonata form, its thematically cyclical aspect, is not to reduce that structure to one of reiterative stasis. Other aspects of sonata form are emphatically linear, vectored. They push forward in our linear temporal imaginations. Hepikowski's invocation of Heraclitus is much less compelling than the assembled texts behind La Légende, to which we shall now turn, and his dismissal of mythical time is a good measure of the ideological distance between contemporary music theory and Xenakis' sensitivity to its ancient roots, as amply explored by Marie-Louise Hertzfeld-Schild. More fundamentally, epicyclic rotations are intersecting based on shorter materials and seem to me to be perceptually organized around a key initial event. The latter, this key initial event, has some connection to rotational practice in sonata form. It's the way that one might recognize the procedure in a development section, for instance, but otherwise these are clearly distinct. But still, the musical parallels between rotational and epicyclic forms seem to me worthy of further exploration. Despite Solomos's warning that the relationship between the thematic text that Xenakis assembled and the diatope is complex, they cannot, as he writes, be conceived of as its argument. And despite the vast range of threads contained in the cosmic rope with which Xenakis lassoed them together, I would like to conclude by pursuing the ways in which the theme of rotation, and in particular the interactions of multiple rotations, emerged in this ensemble of texts. Some of this has been discussed in the literature. In his exploration of Gnostic themes in the texts of La Légende, Mihu Iliescu does address the appearance of the morphological archetype of l'axis mundi, the axis of the world, in its appearance in the Platonic myth, but also in the spatialization of the diatope projected around a central light tower. I will review that and then proceed to explore its echoes in the other texts, excluding the article by Kirchner, whose setting in the pinwheel galaxy that we saw earlier in this talk at least already instantiates the rotational theme. Plato describes a complex threefold rotation, the spindle that turns on the knees of necessity, held together by the belt of heaven, whose complex gearwork involves 8 circles of sirens and produces the harmony of their tones, and about which circle the daughter fates and their projection of the threefold nature of time, past, present, and future. The rotations in Poemandrus are not surprisingly far more obscure, but Hermes Trismegistus emphasizes the dangerous creative energy involving the rotated projections of the circles that encompass the sensible world, as he calls it, producing irrational animals as the forced rotations separated out the worlds of air, earth, and water. Eventually, the creation of the creator God, man, discerns the harmony that allows him to break through the circles to follow his own creative impulse. Pascal's orbits interact in a thankfully more coherent way, but perhaps in their clarity produce an even more terrifying vision of an orbit within an orbit within an orbit and so forth towards his infinite sphere, the center of which is everywhere, the circumference nowhere. And finally, the nightmare relayed by Jean-Paul, whose central image, the mighty coils of the great serpent of eternity, seem to prefigure the corde cosmique that Xenakis invokes in assembling these thematic texts. This excerpt is particularly striking for what it leaves out, what I have italicized on the slide, both the idyllic setting which disintegrates in the nightmare and Jean-Paul's waking from the end of time to a soothing vision. But the end of La Légendaire is not soothing, much less an awakening. Indeed, Solomos' discussion of Xenakis' preoccupation with death in his works of the 1970s can receive ample confirmation in the final trajectory of this piece. But that's an awfully gloomy place to end. Rather, we might think of the end of this piece as leaving things in the balance. As the frame falls further and further into silence, maybe we need just listen a bit longer for its resumption, to wait eagerly for further inscriptions on its blackboard. Thank you.
I'm dying to hear questions about this. That was stunning. Thank you for that. Questions? James.
Thanks. It really provocative, I think. Makes me want to dig back into this, but I just wanted to say two things. One, about the other version. My sense, and I haven't studied them in detail to compare, but it was more about the spatialization that was built into the version done in Cologne. So I think the material is pretty much the same, although my little bit of comparing, it's not exactly the same, but more it was when you listen to the multi-channel version, you hear sounds that they spun around, recorded onto the actual tape, whereas the version that we know is like 7 channels, which was projected in a spatial way, but they made basically a stereo mix down, the one that we know most, of basically fixing the 7 channels into the stereo version. So I think that's the main difference when you compare them. But it still was a revelation to even know that it was there, and that, because we literally hadn't heard anything about it. The other thing just to mention is and also the fact that we were talking about the Iranian piece, which is in like some of the similar materials, but there's such a more like the Persepolis is kind of a monolithic, like it's an hour long, and it's not the same all the way through. There's evolution, but it's not the kind of formal shape. I mean, it doesn't have the kind of obvious formal shape at all. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on comparing them. Like the Légendaire seems to be so much more formally developed, even though it's, as you've been saying, it's complicated, maybe more than just calling it an arc or whatever, but that the other piece, with sort of similar in sound world, but yet completely different. I just wonder if it's maybe because the one was intended for his own enclosed architectural space, and the other was being projected out into 2,500 years of, of culture and history. And I just wonder if you have any thoughts on that.
No, I still don't feel, I know Persepolis well enough to make too much of the comparison. That my sense is that, I think that another aspect too is that he provided this extensive textual background for La Légendaire. So, I think that, that there was seems to have been some kind of, statement that he was making with this piece about its form. So I suspect that the combination of the architectural space and the textual, background makes this stand out in another way. I'm not so sure that we're going to find I'm going to find a lot of other examples that work in a similar way, but I'm hoping to find more, certainly. So, but thanks a lot. That's very helpful.
Other questions?
Maybe I missed this if you went over it, but I'm just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on the negative form from your title and how that relates, or is that something that got cut?
You did not miss it, or I. Even though you may have missed it, you did not miss it. So when I was putting the title together, I was trying to come up with a way of describing some of my sense of what was going on. So I was thinking of the way in which the arch doesn't quite close. So I at one point was not sure how much of a form that was at all. But I changed how I thought about it as I went forward. So there, it does seem to me that there's a sense that there's the poles, the ends of the piece, and then that central, whatever Marx's description of that, the noisiest part of the cosmogony. There's something, there definitely is this kind of negativity there, but that wasn't at all in my title, in my mind, actually, as I was thinking about the title. But, it was already submitted, and it's the way it goes. Live and learn. So.
Thank you. We may have time for one more quick question. That I am told there's nothing online. Carrie.
So again, I may have missed this, and this may be a stupid question, but how does the mythology of air fit into what your thesis is?
So it's not so much the mythology of air itself. It's just the in the description of, I guess, spinning out the background, there is this multiple simultaneous cyclic idea. And I think that was what I was drawing on rather than there is a kind of, cycling back from life to death to life or whatever that is there. But that's not really what I had in mind. It was striking to me, having thought about that form, the idea of epicyclic form or whatever the best description of it was, and then to see that in the texts there were, and I'm not saying that this was intentional, but that there kept cropping up these ideas of these multiple circles in various ways. So it seemed coherent with ideas that were presented in the text. That was really what I was getting at.
The form of the text of the myth rather than content of the myth.
Yeah. That's exactly right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Anton, for this wonderful presentation. And now we're going to have and hear from Andrew Lucia. Andrew Lucia is a Minneapolis-based multimedia artist, designer, and academic, and is a co-founding partner of the creative practice Lucito. He will be, has been teaching at Cornell and UPenn, and he will be discussing today one of his decade-long research project, a catalog of difference, where he synthesizes information theoretic methodologies and concepts derived from Xenakis, Bateson, and perceptual theorist James Gibson. So
Welcome. Thank you, Olga. Great, thank you. Let me say what an extraordinary honor it is to be here tonight and a pleasure for this great occasion celebrating the life and work of Yannis Xenakis. Today, I want to present to you a long-term research and analytic design project dating back to roughly 2008, titled A Catalog of Difference. The catalog I present today is a culmination of my tenure as the Cass Gilbert Fellow at the School of Architecture at the University of Minnesota, during which time I had the fortune and resource to refine years of research to date. Intellectually, the catalog is an ongoing analytic project in pursuit of two overarching questions. One, how is the material world around us organized? And two, how is the information contained within its images structured? Physically, the catalog is a collection of over 1,000 studies that survey and analyze degrees of difference across images, objects, and environments. The outcome of these studies is a collection of artifacts comprising a range of representational types, including 3D prints, digital photography and moving image, 2D printed renderings and drawings, and speculative texts. To date, only a fraction of the entire catalog is produced for exhibition, which has been shown in Minneapolis, New York, and Paris. Thank you, John. John, I knew I invited you for some reason. There we go. This deserves a full screen anyway. Importantly, the reason I'm here today is to articulate the roots of the project, which are massively indebted to the theories and writings of Yannis Xenakis. And it is herein that this presentation reflects those influences. For this, I humbly give thanks for opening the door to an expanded way of thinking and to a group of people with whom I share theory and practice. The origins of the catalog date back more than a decade, first as a series of questions formulated during my graduate thesis, Form Between Matter, advised by Annette Fierro, who I believe is joining us live in Paris currently. Namely, how do the representational tools we employ impact the way we create and design? And I would extend this question to the model spaces of creation we routinely inhabit, those in architecture being almost exclusively geometric. And while there is much we are indebted to in this legacy, one must also ask to what extent its dominance has inhibited alternate modes of conception and expression. This challenge is akin to Xenakis' pursuits beyond the tradition of Western music, much about what we've heard today. The tools that comprise the catalog have been implemented and deployed across a range of data throughout the arts and sciences, while challenging assumptions within those disciplines. Throughout 2008 to 11, many of the initial concepts were formalized in Lab Studio, a multidisciplinary collaborative spearheaded by Peter Lloyd-Jones, to whom this talk is dedicated today, and Jenny Sabin. This was an initiative spanning the arts and sciences housed within the School of Design and Medicine at the University of Pennsylvania. It was here that many of the initial tools were developed, albeit in an agnostic manner, ones that could peer equally across scales and subject into the worlds of biology and architecture. As mentioned, my background is in architecture, and it's through that avenue that I discovered Xenakis' work. Yet it wasn't Xenakis' architectural contributions that struck me, though no doubt significant. Rather, his writings and approaches to composition, and more importantly, sound as a material rooted in statistics and information theory, was for me revolutionary. Pithaprocta, for example, borrowing from Maxwell and Boltzmann's kinetic theory of gases. The approach to a complex material world outlined in Xenakis' formalized music opened a window that was undeniably prescient, one which could not be ignored. If for Xenakis, sound was material, my parallel material perceptual world in architecture was light. While one cannot decouple the conceptual thinking behind the developments of his architectural and musical outputs, I want to stress that it was his sonic works and compositional theories that had an indelible impact on my thinking, particularly as they would relate to the perceptual world of material, its organization, and ultimately its appearance. What the query embedded at the core of a catalog of difference shares most with Xenakis is a way of thinking in a granular matter. a way that considers the organization of material as probabilistic and cloud-like. Acaripsis offers one such example whereby the density and likelihood of sonic events were considered in a stochastic manner. Xenakis offered a model of the material and perceptual world in which things were not treated as finite things, but rather as flows of informational events, flows that have an order, organization, structure, and probability of occurrence. In short, a world of perception that is composed of discrete micro events in aggregate comprising macro events, events whose quantization is a consequence of the limits of the perceptual body encountering those flows of information. For me, Xenakis' formalized music was transformative, demonstrating approaches to questions I was sharing in the realms of more stable matter and its ephemeral image. Like Xenakis, the methods of the catalog were developed as a means of questioning inherited formal legacies, those in architecture spanning centuries to the foundations of the discipline, namely those of descriptive and projective geometry. Alternately, how might we reframe this discussion in an informational rather than a geometric understanding of space and its perception? As the tools and theories behind the catalog of difference began to evolve and expand, so did the cast of reference. No doubt, the application of information in theoretic ways of thinking were not exclusively the purview of Xenakis, although he was undoubtedly the foremost revolutionary of these concepts in music. It would be beyond the arts that the works of others began to enter into my thinking, one notable figure and namesake behind the catalog being the anthropologist Gregory Bateson. Like Xenakis, his ability to synthesize disparate realms of knowledge under one umbrella echoes strongly. Importantly, Bateson is remarkable for his embrace of information theoretic principles more broadly into the evolutionary sciences, anthropology, perception, linguistics, biology, and design. It was from here that parallels can be drawn to Bateson's usage of the term difference, and specifically his notion that it is those differences that make a difference in so many aspects of our conscious and unconscious lives. On this, Bateson would state, to produce news of difference, i.e. information, there must be two entities, real or imagined, such that the difference between them is immanent in their mutual relationship. In other words, it is the difference that underlies the generation of information, particularly perceptual information. Bateson continues, perception operates only upon difference. All receipt of information is necessarily the receipt of news of difference, and all perception of difference is limited by threshold. Differences that are too slight or too slowly processed are not perceivable. For Xenakis, these perceptual and informational principles were inherently embedded within his theories and methods. Here we see his diagrams describing how one might embed the limits of perception into sonic compositional material. These exist at the upper and lower thresholds of perception and durationally as the least noticeable difference. The various tools and processes embedded in the representations of the catalog were developed in parallel over the course of several years. While static representations comprise the 2017 and 18 exhibitions of the work, before entering that discussion, it is necessary to cover the dynamic studies and tools underpinning their creation, those whose origins are directly influenced by Xenakis' Markovian stochastic theories of composition outlined in formalized music. Xenakis would conceive of his sonic materials, or gabbers, existing as grains of sound composed of duration, frequency, and intensity that were, quote, adequately disposed in time, and could be, quote, dissolved into elementary acoustic signals of very short effective durations whose amplitude can be divided equally into quanta in the sense of information theory. Xenakis devised a vector space for the life of all these sonic events, whereby the gabbers were disposed on conceptual screens, or timesheets, whereby a book of screens equals the life of a complex sound. Xenakis' book of screens is an abstract space depicting the quality and organization of sonic events through time. Albeit not a one-to-one translation, taking license with this abstraction, one can equally consider the moving image in a similar manner. An individual set sheet of visual material, i.e. an image, inherently contains many of the same variables as Xenakis' granular sonic materials, and even more so when considered through time. By the very nature of digital consumer imaging technology, a static image comes ready-made and composed of individual elements in the form of pixels, whose variables include intensity and color rendered within the limits of human visual perception, with the probability of change being a variable through time. I want to take a moment and walk through one example, one that takes into account these variables. In this schematic diagram, every pixel is queried as to whether or not its state has changed within a given brightness threshold. This is a question of difference. Next, its history is examined for the probability of its likelihood to change. Based on its current state, change or no change, its information may be tabulated. For this, the general equation utilized by Xenakis and developed by Shannon and Weaver is used, whereby H is the uncertainty of the occurrence of the event and P is the probability of an event occurring. Here, we take the example of a recording device traversing a hallway. The brightness intensity of sequential images are subtracted from each other, resulting in their difference. That's the image on the right. As the difference is calculated, the cumulative summation of information is tabulated and weighted in a manner that favors common or rare events in the pixel field. Left being more common events happening in the pixel field and right being very rare events happening in the pixel field. Xenakis compositional methods were developed in abstract mathematical spaces or vector spaces. In doing so, he was operating once removed from the direct material at his disposal as one of several means utilized to break from Western traditions. These mappings now describe visual material in probabilistic terms, yet as a static image, they are not yet situated in an abstract vector space describing their changing disposition. Part 2 of this presentation focuses on precisely this while asking, how different am I from my neighbor? Which makes up the foundational question of a catalog of difference. While the tools that comprise the catalog have found application to data across an array of disciplines and scales, I present here the instantiation of the project that exclusively examines human-scaled spaces, their surfaces, and their images. The research is divided into 3 distinct yet related subsets, examining the order and organization of 1, planar ambient light, 2, spherical ambient light, and 3, surface curvatures. These studies in each of these is a question of form versus its appearance. An important translational goal of the catalog was to render each entity removed from its outward metric image, to render it in an abstract vector space in terms of its degrees of difference and order. Each representational artifact is an aggregate of microentities that in total suggests a cloud-like macro form. Part 1 begins with an examination into the structure of ambient light projected to a picture plane, as this is the historically dominant modality by which images have been constructed and transmitted. For these studies, the gradient vectors within each image are calculated, extracted, and remapped to a polar coordinate system, forming a scatter plot. The scatter plot of each of these image gradients depicts the changing intensity and direction of light within the image. To do so, each data point is measured locally within the image at every pixel in comparison to its neighbors. Alternately stated, every point in an image asks itself, to what degree and in what dominant direction am I different from my neighbors? The result is a visualization of the structure of difference within the image, removed from its respective appearances. This light-based signature is thus a qualitative and quantitative description of the order within the scene's image. Here I present the scatter plots for the image of clouds, flora, and lastly, urban scenes. Additionally, the number noted for each of these studies is the measure of the amount of redundancy within each gradient, an account of the redundancy within the spatial difference of light values across the image. These values are plotted logarithmically, with higher values indicating less redundancy, more disorder, and thus more information. This type of difference ultimately underlies the spatial structure of ambient light-based information within a given scene. However, it should be noted that the order of physical material within the original scene is not necessarily an indicator of the amount of order in the light-based information that is contained within the scene's image. For instance, the information in the appearance of many urban scenes gradients exceeds that of the natural environments. Clouds, in particular, have a highly ordered ambient reflection, and thus their images have a far lower information content. Though static in nature, this type of measurement can be seen as akin to Xenakis' idea of ataxy, allowing images to be categorized purely based on their structure's degrees of order and disorder, rather than by their symbolic or linguistic significance. Here, the images from the prior slides are arranged according to the amount of order within their gradients. And you can very clearly see that what is depicted in the image does not necessarily indicate the amount of order within the image. Part two. Here, a major twofold shift occurring in the modalities of visual representation is undertaken. A translation from planar to spherical modes of projection, and with this, an extrinsic to intrinsic reframing of an observer relative to their perceptual environments. The light captured on a picture plane The light captured on the picture plane is but a small subset of all the omnidirectional ambient light reaching an observation point within an environment. That limited subset, typically manifest as a framed planar image, is ultimately a fragment of a much larger spherical domain of light, a unique point of observation containing all light-based information about an environment within the sphere of observation. The vector gradients for each environment's spherical image are calculated, extracted, and remapped to a common origin, forming a spatial scatter plot in the form of a point cloud. The method used here is similar in nature to that of the planar image gradient extraction described earlier. Lastly, after remapping the vectors as points, for visualization purposes, moments of density within the resultant point cloud are figured and solidified as a surface. For demonstration, the light spheres for two interior scenes are set against two scenes from the natural environment. (3D) printed models of these light-based material clouds were also generated for exhibition. We see here again 18 studies on the structure of light embedded within human-made built environments, contrasted against 18 demonstrating those of natural environments. In the former, discernible structure is evident, where in the latter, it is far more evenly distributed. Similar to the prior studies in ambient light, these superficial inquiries challenge the notion of an object's underlying formal structure versus that of its appearance. Here, through a measure of the intrinsic curvature in the form of Gaussian curvature, an object is represented as a description of the change across itself. One is no longer concerned with the object as a thing, rather how that thing is intrinsically changing. What would typically be a discussion of an object's shape and surface is now framed akin to the approaches undertaken through the light-based portions of the research. Those asking how a system is changing within itself. These types of systems do not rely on external observation and depend entirely on local understandings of difference. Here, the rate of change across a given surface is evaluated, visualized as a vector, and remapped to common origin, producing a spatial scatter plot in the form of a point cloud. As with the image gradients, each point of evaluation upon the surface is taken and measured locally. Alternately stated, every point in the surface asks to what degree and in what direction am I different from my neighbors. Taken further, a point cloud of infinite density is ostensibly a surface. In that regard, I present 5 studies on the intrinsic curvature of Plücker's conoid and 5 studies on the intrinsic curvature of annuli. In closing, the studies that compromise the catalog of difference do not purport to be a direct translation of Zenakis' methods for the sonic realm into that of the visual. Rather, the difference machines elaborated on in the catalog are a suite of methodologies that in concert ask analytic questions of the visual world of matter, akin to the manner in which Zenakis' generative methods operate sonically. This is but a moment along a journey of an ongoing adventure in perception, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Those are really interesting. Questions? Don't get tired on me now. I would ask Pedro if there are online questions, but he's not at his computer. Who would like to make a comment?
Andrew, thank you so much for this presentation. It's just to like open up the because like we're both coming from the field of architecture, so we understand what was shown, right?
Yes.
But to open it up to people outside architecture, can you talk a little bit more about how you're using Xenakis as a reference there? Like, how is it that it comes and informs your thinking about architectural form, right?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, where it started, honestly, was like in graduate school with roughly the mid 2000s, when computation was becoming extremely, it was everything, right? Computers could work with massive amounts of geometry, right? And I found that the discussion was largely still around, was at that time largely around questions of affect and the qualities that these things were producing, and yet everything was mired in geometry still, like. And I found at the same time that the discussions in the mid-century compositions, say Xenakis, Feldman, etc., they were dealing with these same questions, but decades earlier. And so this is kind of how the question of, okay, so if it's not geometry, what would this world of material be? And this is where Xenakis was particularly influential, right? Now, granted, he worked with light in the polytopes and diatopes, right? But it was that way of thinking for him about bucking, say, like the formal traditions, the overarching formal traditions, say, of what the form of a music composition might be, how we could look to a different system that might start to point a way to dealing with these other questions. And so it was almost ready-made in the terms of the way he was dealing with information theory and perception within the arts, and how that could then thus potentially be applied to the visual arts at the same time. Yeah.
That completely makes sense to me, in the sense that like it's the relationship between mathematics and probability theory and then form.
Yeah.
And either your material is music, and sound, and then you compose, or it is matter, which in your case it's not, it's not, right? It's information, and then you do something different. I just want to, like, as a mention, to throw a new name in your group of names. And the name is Abraham Moll, I think.
Yes.
M-O-L-E-S. So he wrote about the environment and cybernetics quite a lot. And he talked with Xenakis in 1958. So or 1950s, no, actually even before that. And we have the notes of Xenakis from that meeting, because he introduces him in the world of like cybernetic thinking. So he was very familiar, I think, with this kind of work, but maybe it would worth to look at what kind of figure was Abraham Moll within this synergy of composers and mathematicians.
Where would
in
one
Paris.
find those conversations?
Paris.
Yeah. It's a great reason to go.
There's also a book that he has on music information. I can't remember the title of it, but so that might be a place to. I don't know if he mentions. I can't remember if he mentions Xenakis in there, but it might.
I don't know if you meant. It's in my very safe rare books. I'm going to pull that out when I get home. Yeah.
I'm going to ask a very simple rudimentary question. When this level of speculation is used with sound, I understand why. When it's used with space, I actually am trying to wrap my head around the purpose. Is it just an abstract pursuit, or is there a practical, being a good Anglo-Saxon, practical purpose for this? Or is it, because even with Xenakis, there was kind of an end, which was the organization of sound. So
right. Architecture is a much slower discipline than music, and at the end of the day, one has to put roofs over one's heads and et cetera. And I don't think there is a one-to-one translation between these studies, just turning it into architectural space, but as a way of understanding the organization of material versus how light behaves in that material, light behaves in those spaces. there's certainly something to be gleaned from that, but it's a much slower discipline, I think, and it's not as ephemeral as music, right? I don't know if one can. It's a very good question. I don't think there can be a one-to-one translation, though.
It's like the materiality of it kind of weighs it down in a funny way.
Absolutely, yeah. I
Interesting.
think, yeah.
Yeah.
But this is now 5 years old, et cetera, and the advances with point cloud technology and architecture is now, and even ascribing materiality to point clouds is exceptional. And I think if I could give another paper, I would give a paper on that, right? And we saw point clouds in Yin's work, right? And the ability to actually work with perceptual and physical material in these things, there's a one-to-one, I think, connection.
Yeah,
and
totally.
so it exists there. It's nascent, but it's coming fast. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
We have 5 minutes, enough time for one more question.
Never mentioned ventures, architecture.
No, I did not.
You never mentioned Xenakis's ventures into architecture. I'm just repeating it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I did mention it. I just said that they weren't the thrust behind this body of work. Yeah.
Right. No,
Yeah.
Because there's all these questions about architecture and versus music, but he actually tried to, at various occasions, make the translation.
He did. And what's interesting, probably the most interesting or compelling version is the Phillips Pavilion that everyone references. And there he was working with actual surfaces and ruled geometry versus clouds. So it's kind of the one, I would say, the pinnacle of his architecture achievement actually didn't work with clouds of material, that worked with pure ruled geometry. Yeah.
Thanks for this really provocative and interesting. One thing I'd throw out in case it's useful is his later conceptions of time and like he had outside time, inside time, and building sort of a sense of formal organization through being able to conceive of some things as being outside of time and then others, that sort of abstraction, which I think opens up all kinds of possibilities. But you didn't mention that. I'm just wondering if that factors in here.
It actually does. It's something that I've thought quite a bit about because, say, for instance, the curvature studies, I would say they're outside, you're right, but then the perceptual studies, you're inside, you're part of the subjective material, especially when it's you moving through space, you're making those images. And much of Xenakis' earlier work, I would say, is outside, peering into the system as though it's an abstract model. And so whether you're in the system or outside the system, I think is a really important question in how you're dealing with these. Absolutely. I mean, he had the perceptual constraints embedded within his sonic material, but he was kind of still outside of it, peering into it like a scientist in a way. But you're suggesting in some of the later works, there's the question of being inside.
La Légendaire, Anton was talking about that it's not a symmetrical. I feel like there's the formal. There is a complex. I mean, it's complex, but it's also got an element that's not symmetrical but cyclical or whatever. It has a formal shape that's not straightforward. But yet it's it's more clear than, say, Persepolis, which is more monolithic. So I wonder whether there's some of that thinking about, and that's a huge piece to, like, in terms of music, 45 minutes is a big chunk of time. How you even think about a beginning and end and so on. And it somehow does it in a way that's not symmetrical, not obvious, but yet there's some element. It's fascinating to think of the different layers of, the things that come back, the things that don't come back, and sort of the formal things that come out of that. anyway, that was what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
In terms of sort of later from when he was kind of working through theories to when he was working from stuff he'd already kind of worked through earlier.
I had come across something, and you all know much more from a scholarly standpoint on him, that towards the end he was less concerned with theories and more he had intuited much of the theories and was able to produce without going through the laborious processes which he had undertaken to date. Yeah. Thank you for the insight.
And it's exactly 5 o'clock. So I think we're ready. Thank you so much. Ready for us.
Can I start? Yeah, so now it's time to welcome Curtis Rhodes, who will be giving our keynote lecture, closing remarks. Curtis Rhodes creates, teaches, and pursues research in the interdisciplinary territory spanning music and sound technology. He's professor and chair of media arts and technology and affiliate faculty in music composition at the University of California in Santa Barbara, where he's also associate director of the Center for Computer Music Composition for Research in Electronic Art Technology. There are too many centers in his very accomplished bio. He studied electronic music and computer music composition at California Institute of the Arts and the University of California, San Diego, and received a doctorate from the University Paris 8. He was editor and associate editor of Computer Music Journal and co-founded the International Computer Music Association in 1979. His music was published on DVDs by Virgo, and his new book is The Computer Music Tutorial, 2nd edition by MIT Press, coming up at 2023. He will be talking about, he will give us the talk, the title of the talk is La Légende de Xenakis, Meta-Xenakis.
La Légende de Xenakis for Meta-Xenakis. I would like to thank Sharon Kanak for the opportunity to speak as part of the Meta-Xenakis celebration. Thanks also to Carrie Lovelace and Barbara McKenzie for managing today's events in New York. This lecture is a personal account of the impact Xenakis had on my life over several decades. To be clear, I am not an expert on Xenakis' life. These recollections view Xenakis through the narrow lens of my encounters with him. It has been wonderful to sift through my memories to reconstruct this narrative. To begin, it is important to describe the historical milieu of my earliest encounter with Xenakis. In 1970, I was a 19-year-old professional musician living in a commune with 24 other people in Urbana-Champaign, Illinois, the home of the University of Illinois. I was learning about the music business and becoming less and less interested. At the same time, my aesthetic perspective was rapidly evolving. I was going to concerts of classical music at the university, but also concerts of new experimental music. On my own, I was experimenting with sounds using available equipment. In a lucky twist of fate, in this period, the University of Illinois was a pioneering center for research in electronic and computer music. At the invitation of a graduate student friend, I started working at the University of Illinois Experimental Music Studio. The EMS was an excellent facility with a large API mixing console, 4-track tape recorders, a large Moog synthesizer, and quadraphonic playback. My friend and I started making tape music pieces that we would play in various venues. The EMS also had a Digital Equipment Corporation, or DEC, PDP-8 computer. It was the model with the glass doors displaying the circuit boards. It was love at first sight for me. I saw the computer as a way to combine my intellectual and musical aspirations. I did not yet have a clear idea of exactly what this meant. I knew only that this direction seemed ripe with possibilities. I met Professor Herbert Brun, a pioneer of algorithmic composition and experimental digital synthesis. Professor James Beauchamp, a pioneer of computer sound analysis and synthesis, and researcher Edward Coburn, a pioneer of real-time interactive composition. They were all generous with their time. I was given a printout of Max Matthews' Music 5 program written in Fortran, which I still have. At the same time, I was becoming familiar with the music of Meta-Xenakis through vinyl recordings, beginning with Metastasis, Pithaparakta, and Aeonta, the electronic music works Concrete PH, Diamorphosis, Occident Orient, Orient Occident, and Bohor, and the orchestra plus tape piece Kranerg. So let's begin with that first piece of Xenakis that I heard, which was Metastasis. And let's hear an excerpt of Diamorphosis. First encounter with Xenakis. In 1972, I saw a poster for Xenakis' short course on formalized music at Indiana University. I decided to enroll. Xenakis lectured at a blackboard, detailing his theories in mathematical terms. In between the lectures, he played his pieces at considerable volume over 4 Altec Lansing Voice of the Theater loudspeakers. Xenakis' computer programming assistant, Cornelia Collier, took us to the campus computer center to show us large plots of waveforms produced by dynamic stochastic synthesis. This encounter with Xenakis was life-changing. It gave me a clear focus and direction. The idea of using algorithmic processes in music composition attracted me from an intellectual standpoint as a formidable design problem. I came away from Xenakis' course with 2 specific goals. First, I wanted to learn how to program computers to model stochastic processes for composition. For the design of new structures, such as what Varese called sound masses and Xenakis called clouds, a stochastic model seemed an appropriate starting point. Second, I was intrigued by the concept of granular synthesis of sound. We heard no sound examples, but the theory fascinated me. In the summer of 1972, I visited Stanford University in California. John Chowning gave me a tour of the Stanford Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, where the Computer Music Center was housed. It was a revelation. I saw advanced technology that was 10 years ahead of its time. I began to learn computer programming languages. The first was Fortran 4, in order to analyze Xenakis' stochastic music program. I created a flowchart based on this analysis. In the fall of that same year, I enrolled as a student in music composition at California Institute of the Arts, or CalArts, in Los Angeles. CalArts had just opened, so everything was new and exciting. The faculty could not understand why I was interested in Xenakis' methods, but my fellow student composers did. In that period, CalArts had a single computer, a Data General Nova 1200 with a teletype keyboard, printer, and paper tape reader. I studied with the mathematician Leonard Cottrell. He taught us about assembly language programming and digital circuit design. I began to write programs that implemented the formulas in formalized music. Then I started writing my own composition algorithms. In 1973, I flew to Paris to attend the Festival d'Automne. The main goal of my visit was to experience Xenakis' sound and light spectacle, Polytope de Cluny, in the medieval Musée de Cluny. Polytope de Cluny was experienced lying on one's back, looking up. A robotically controlled laser projection system created moving geometric forms in space. A novel aspect of this movement was its stepped motion rather than smooth motion. This highlighted the quantized nature of robotic control, which was entirely new at the time. High in the ceiling was a metal grid with hundreds of flashbulbs, also programmed by a digital script. Meanwhile, the intense 27-minute octophonic tape of Polytope de Cluny filled the hall. I experienced the Polytope 8 times. The design was extremely impressive both technically and aesthetically. So let's hear an excerpt from the Polytope de Cluny. In Paris, I also attended lectures and concerts featuring Karl-Heinz Stockhausen. This included his disappointing Hymnen for Orchestra. The contrast between Xenakis' direction and Stockhausen's direction was starkly different, as time would tell. Returning to California, I was determined to synthesize granular sound by computer. I left CalArts for the University of California, San Diego, or UCSD, where they had a computer science department and a working computer sound synthesis system. Later, I will talk about my involvement with granular synthesis by computer. In 1980, I moved to Cambridge, Massachusetts, to work at MIT. I was editor of Computer Music Journal and a researcher at the MIT Experimental Music Studio. The technology of sampling had just become available. We had an exotic new analog-to-digital converter from the Santa Barbara-based Digital Sound Corporation and a primitive command-line software tool for sampling written by a student. The studio's 300 megabyte disk was shared by a dozen users, so space for storing samples was extremely limited. Nonetheless, I managed to sample alto saxophone tones as well as percussion. I wrote a program in C to create granular clouds that moved around the 4 loudspeakers of the studio. The percussion clouds sounded like drum rolls. This was the first implementation of granular sampling. In 1981, the IRCAM Center in Paris organized a conference on the composer and the computer. While there, I took a side trip to visit the Symposium Center in Issy-les-Moulineaux. I organized a demonstration of the UPIC system by Xenakis and his assistant, Cornelia Collier. Guy Medic, the lead engineer of the UPIC, was also present. 3 years later, at the 1984 International Computer Music Conference was held in Paris. Once again, I visited the Symposium. Following this visit, I asked Xenakis to contribute to my book, Composers in the Computer, published in 1985. He wrote the excellent essay, Music Composition Treks, for this anthology. In the summer of 1987, I had a residency as a visiting composer at the Symposium, working with the UPIC system. The 1987 version of the UPIC allowed one to play not just synthetic waveforms, but also sampled sounds for the first time. I brought a tape of alto saxophone tones. My hand-drawn UPIC scores easily created saxophone glissandi that would be difficult to achieve using the Music N-style programming languages of the time. Of course, in this period, working with the UPIC was a slow, multi-step process. You had to draw a score using ink on a large roll of paper, then manually trace every line in order to enter it into the computer, a process called digitizing. Then you would give the command to start calculating the sound. The UPIC software ran on a Thomson Solar minicomputer, which had a clock speed of 7 megahertz. Thus, rendering a complex page to sound took considerable time. Soon after this, I began my teaching career with a series of visiting faculty positions. In 1991, Pierre Boulez stepped down from the leadership of IRCAM. As part of the regime change, I became manager of the software documentation service and instructor in the pedagogy department. In 1993, I departed IRCAM and was invited to teach at Les Ateliers UPIC by Gerard Pape. It was like a homecoming for me to return to the Xenakis fold. It was in this period that I came to know personally Xenakis and his circle. The people I met in his circle included his wife Françoise, his agent Radustan from Éditions Salabert, his editor Sharon Kanak, the arts patron René Schneider, the composers Michel Philippot, François Bernard Marche, and Jean-Claude Eloi, and the Semamu team, including Jean-Michel Radinsky, Gerard Marino, and Marie-Hélène Serra. Of course, he was the famous maestro, and I was an acolyte. I did not work directly for him, but was rather part of the team at Les Ateliers UPIC, working in parallel with the Semamu. In my interactions with Xenakis, what struck me about him was that he was direct, unassuming, and without pretense. He exuded an aura of comradeship rather than elitism. My impression was that the team at the Semamu was lucky to have such a benevolent boss. As a composer, Xenakis was always more radical than me. In 1994, I was present at the Paris premiere of his electronic composition S709 in the auditorium of Radio France. This piece is the raw output of his experimental Gen-D stochastic synthesis algorithm. The sound is harsh and abrasive, and the structure is bizarre. It is not one of my favorites, but I must admit that it is completely original in both concept and result. So let's hear from S709. By contrast, I abandoned algorithmic composition in my youth because I found that I was more interested in beautiful sounds than in beautiful algorithms. Today, I use algorithms at the level of sound synthesis, but apply handicraft in the editing and mixing processes needed to stitch all the parts into a whole. For example, my piece Then was the result of over 500 submixes in the period from 2010 to 2016. So here is an example of Then. Granular synthesis. The most direct connection between Xenakis and me is granular synthesis. It was, of course, Xenakis' concept. I found it in his book Formalized Music in 1972. He cited Gabor as the source of the scientific theory. Years later in Paris, Xenakis gave me a copy of Hermann Scherchen's journal, Gravesaner Blätter, with his 1960 article on granular synthesis. It is a prized possession. In March 1974, I transferred to UCSD in order to use their facilities for computer sound synthesis. The researcher Bruce Liebig had recently installed the Music 5 program on a mainframe computer housed in the UCSD Computer Center. The dual processor Burroughs B6700 was an advanced machine for its day, but sound synthesis was difficult due to the state of the input and output technology. I managed to test a first implementation of digital granular synthesis in December 1974. For this experiment, called Klang 1, I typed each grain specification, frequency, amplitude, and duration on a separate punch cards. A stack of about 800 punch cards corresponded to the instrument and score for 30 seconds of granular sound. Following this laborious experience, I wrote a program in the Algol language to generate thousands of grain specifications from compact, high-level descriptions of clouds. Using this program, I realized a 6-minute study called Prototype in 1975. These were the earliest manifestations of granular synthesis by computer. So here is an excerpt of Prototype. Les Ateliers Upic. Next, we skip to another point of encounter with Xenakis. The story of Les Ateliers Upic is told in the book From Xenakis' Upic to Graphic Notation Today, which is a free download from the ZKM Karlsruhe. And here's a photograph of us at Les Ateliers Upic, Harry Halbreich, myself, Brigitte Robin-Doré, Yanis Xenakis, and Gerard Pape. Les Ateliers Upic was a small organization supported by the French Ministry of Culture and the city of Massy, outside Paris. I became director of pedagogy and led a year-long course. The course was a general introduction to computer music based on my textbook, The Computer Music Tutorial, which was in production at MIT Press. I also managed to conduct research, in particular the development of the first standalone app for granular synthesis, Cloud Generator. It was written by me and John Alexander, a student at Les Ateliers Upic. Cloud Generator was developed specifically for teaching granular synthesis. It has a simple user interface that enables a musician to generate a single cloud of sound at a time, which was saved to a file. These sound files could later be assembled into a piece using a digital audio workstation like Pro Tools. I demonstrated Cloud Generator to Maestro Xenakis. He said, in so many words, that it was not terrible. Knowing him, I took this as a compliment. After I showed Cloud Generator to Xenakis' publishing agent, Radu Stan of Edition Salabert, Stan slipped me a cassette copy of Analogique AB from 1959, which was Xenakis' first attempt to realize pure granular synthesis using an analog sine wave generators and tape. I had never heard it before. So 21 years after my first experiments, I finally heard the original granular synthesis. One of the highlights of my experience at Les Ateliers UPIC was a concert organized by Gerard Pape at the Salle Olivier Messiaen of Radio France in Paris. This included the full acousmonium setup of 48 loudspeakers. Upmixing my music on the acousmonium made an indelible impression. After I became professor at UCSB in 1996, I returned to Paris annually to teach at the UPIC Center, which was renamed the Centre de Création Meta-Xenakis, or the CC Mix, until 2007. It was through the CC Mix that I met Luc Ferrari and Bernard Parmigiani, among others. Indeed, Les Ateliers UPIC CC Mix was an open door to many artists. Continuing the granular model at UCSB. At Santa Barbara, I have continued to advance the granular model. My 1997 constant Q granulator, written in SuperCollider, was the first program to apply an individual bandpass filter to each grain. This is what I call per grain processing, where each grain has its own envelope, waveform, amplitude, frequency, spatial position, filter center frequency, and resonance. Per grain processing is essential to create the heterogeneous and multi-dimensional timbres. The Constant Q granulator was the core tool used to make my album Point Line Cloud, which originally came out in 2005 and was reissued in 2019. In 2005, my graduate student, David Thal, coded the emission control granulator, which implemented my concept of per grain processing, but also added a modulation matrix for automatic low-frequency oscillator control of certain parameters over meso timescales. A ramp function, for example, might modulate grain density over a period of a minute, while a user adjusted other parameters manually on shorter timescales. Another important research direction has been the creation of an analytical counterpart to granular synthesis. This research faced two challenges. The first was computation time. Our atomic decomposition algorithm took 200 seconds to analyze 1 second of sound. Due to excessive computation times, we had to limit the audio resolution of the resynthesis in our experiments. The other major challenge was the conundrum of dark energy interference terms. After 2 years, our National Science Foundation funding was not renewed, so the project ended before we could address these limitations. The issues of optimization and interference are tractable engineering problems, but they require additional research. Beyond that is the question of building a compositional tool based on this approach. We built the prototype time-frequency editor called Scatter, but such a model could be taken much further. Meanwhile, the original emission control granulator ran only on old Apple G5 computers, so it was time to create a new version. The original goal was to simply recreate emission control for modern computers. As we proceeded, however, it became clear that Emission Control 2 went far beyond the earlier program. In October 2020, we released the new Emission Control 2, or EC2. EC2 is designed as a laboratory instrument for research in granular synthesis. As a laboratory instrument, EC2 enables detailed control over the vast parameter space of granular synthesis for the composition of extreme granular textures and gestures. In the summer of 2022, we published a second version which adds open sound control functionality. The main features of EC2 are per-grain signal processing, granulation of n sound files simultaneously, up to 2048 simultaneous grains, synchronous and asynchronous grain emission, intermittency control, modulation control of all parameters by 6 LFOs with extreme ranges, real-time display of peak amplitude, active grains, waveform, scan range, scanner, and grain emission, scalable graphical user interface and font size, easy mapping of parameters to any MIDI or OSC continuous controller, algorithmic control of granulation via OSC scripts, unique filter design optimized for per-grain synthesis, unlimited user presets with smooth interpolation over time for gestural design, and open source code and free to download. Since its release, Emission Control 2 has been downloaded by over 7,300 musicians around the globe. So let me play the final example, a use of Emission Control 2 applied to the voice of Meta-Xenakis.
Now, electronic music, it gives you the opportunity to go down to every detail. Now, electronic music gives you the opportunity to go down to every detail, down to every detail.
Finally, I should mention my forthcoming book, The Computer Music Tutorial 2nd Edition, which presents Xenakis' stochastic music program and devotes chapters to granular synthesis and atomic decomposition of sound. This should be available in next spring. Conclusion. Xenakis said that he composed in order to feel less miserable. This is an excellent reason. But the effect of music goes beyond oneself. Composition is a service to humanity. Through music, a composer can make other people feel less miserable. Thank you.
What a wonderful way to end our conference, which is not quite over, but almost. Here's Curtis Rhodes joining us live. Welcome. Thank you for your paper, and I'm sure there'll be questions for our final keynote. Carrie.
Hey, Curtis, it's Carrie Lovelace. Good to see you. I don't think you can see me.
No.
But, while you were talking, I was having a little bit of a stroll down memory lane because the computer keyboard that you were talking about at CalArts, I think I wrote a really rudimentary program in BASIC on that same.
Yeah.
And also, I think I just had this sudden memory flash, and I think sitting in the CalArts cafeteria, I think you were the first person that I heard utter the word algorithm. And I think you were also the person where you explained to me what silicone was and how it was going to make computers grow really small and everything was going to be etched on silicon. So thank you for that. So, and it was great to hear your trajectory. I mean, some of that I knew just because I've kind of, our paths have sort of vaguely intersected, but some of the more recent stuff I haven't been aware of. And I would, I'm just wondering in terms of Xenakis's impact on you. I mean, it sounded kind of, I mean, I'd love it if you would elaborate more on how he shaped your direction.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, when I came to Cal Arts as a student, I was a freshman, undergraduate, but I already knew exactly what I wanted to do. That's not a typical freshman in a music composition program. And I knew that I wanted to focus on computer techniques and algorithms. I wanted to realize granular synthesis. So I had this whole agenda that was very clear to me. And I think that some of the other composers around me recognized that I had this agenda, and I followed it. So again, that's what Xenakis gave me. He gave me a direction. You know, he never, the great thing about Xenakis is, as you know, how many people say that how many recognized students are there of Xenakis? He was not interested in creating followers. He had zero interest in having groupies around him. And yet he had this gigantic influence all around the world. And now we are celebrating his 100th anniversary, but he never set out to have a following. It was by example.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
I'm just curious, as a pioneer of granular synthesis, obviously, you know, you've watched this technique go from something that was experimental research, cutting edge, to something that's kind of ubiquitously used even in popular styles of music. And I wonder,
in commercials.
I'm sorry?
I hear it in commercials.
In commercials, yeah, it's
Yeah.
everywhere. And the question I want to ask is, I mean, I think that's a common process with a lot of electronic techniques, but is there a way that you as a composer see this as, you know, a challenge in a sense to keep granular techniques somehow fresh in the way that you use them? Not, of course, that your music sounds like the popular uses of these techniques, but in a sense, is there, you know, to something that's so tied to the specific technique, is there a way in which it ages that we need to be aware of or critical of and kind of change the ways that we use it musically as a result?
Well, I think in general, we need to recognize that the sound of electronic music is no longer new. You know, it's been around now for more than a century. You know, I'm interested in materials like sine waves and square waves, impulses. These are not new materials. So the novelty of electronic sound is not going to help you so much as a composer. You need to compose using the materials that are available, just as an orchestral composer would do. You know, the challenge of writing a piece for orchestra, you know, it's not going to, or for piano. You know, what are you going to do? I mean, everyone's heard the piano a billion times. So you have to have ideas that transcend the mere sound. And I think that's true of orchestral music or traditional acoustic music, as well as electronic music today. The novelty is finished, so get over it.
That makes sense, yeah.
Great questions. Yes, one more.
I have another question related to history and sort of time travel back. But I only want to go back as like probably 3/4 of your lecture. You mentioned a term called dark energy interference.
Right.
What was the last word?
Dark energy interference?
There was a T word in there at the end of it.
Well, I have the paper here.
Yeah. This was a problem that you had to deal with.
Yeah, dark energy interference is the problem. There were two problems. One is the time it takes to do the analysis, which, as I said, was 200 times, 200 to 1 in terms of calculation. But then we had this problem of dark energy interference terms. I really won't be able to get into that, but it's described in a paper that's on my website that in which we discuss this problem in detail, but it's quite technical.
No, but the word you just mentioned was terms, dark energy interference terms.
Correct.
Yeah, so that was the word I was looking.
Okay. Okay.
Because it has to do with deity and God, and like God entered into your process here as a kind of problem. But yeah, I was just going off on deity. Sorry.
Oh, no.
We have one more question, and then we will wrap it up after that.
Okay.
Hi, Curtis. We keep not meeting like this. I just wanted to, I know you know this, but I wanted to just fill it in for others that when Xenakis taught at the University of Paris for a number of years after he moved back from Indiana, and he taught one seminar on formalized music, and the other seminar was on acoustics and sound. And he used, when he talked about granular synthesis, he used examples that you had somehow provided, because he didn't have any himself except for the analogique that you mentioned from 1958 or whenever. And it was not that successful sonically. It was all he could do, and it wasn't computer generated. But somehow he got some examples that you'd produced, and he was using those in his classes to demonstrate granular synthesis, as it was the best there could be done at the time. I just wanted to mention it for everybody else, because it's another little connection between you and him.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, except when you mentioned it.
Great, thank you so much for that and for the questions. And I think that wraps up our final session. We just have a few closing words to say.
Okay.
Thanks.
So the three of us have a few things to say. Mine will be very brief. I just want to thank you all for being here and for participating online and for your talks and questions. On behalf of the Graduate Center of the City University of New York and the Brooks Center, we feel so proud to have had some little role in this centenary marathon about Xenakis. And so thank you very much. And thank you especially, of course, to Sharon. I know there'll be many more thank yous to come. But Sharon, I'm being told to go stage right. More? Oh, I see. Is this okay? We need a hook. If it weren't for Sharon, we would not have the Xenakis Project of the Americas at the Brooks Center, and we're very proud to have it. So thank you for that. And now I will pass it to Olga.
Just a remark that it is amazing that Sharon put together almost this kind of like mega polytop to celebrate the life of Yannis Xenakis and what he has contributed, and through the research of other people and the performances. And it's very suitable to the celebration. It's a true celebration in spirit and in structure, in everything. And I always find it amazing that although I have heard many talks about these topics, every time there is something new. There is something, a new contribution to be made and a new perspective on certain, like on aspects of his work. So I'm looking forward to what comes next.
Yeah.
Okay, we just go.
And I just want to say that if you're here with us in the room, please stay for our, we're screening of a tribute film to Joel Chatterby, the late Joel Chatterby. And please enjoy our treats in the back, Greek themed, of course. And if you are online, please continue on to the Tokyo leg. Pedro, if you're in our webinar, Pedro is going to put the link in the chat. If you're on YouTube already, then you're in the right place. And I just want to say, you know, like jumping off of what you said, at the opening, I made this comment that when Sharon and I were preparing our big exhibit on Xenakis, I made this comment. Each time I thought I had come to the end of discoveries, some new treasure was unearthed, some new universal principle popped into focus, some new facet to the endless work was revealed. And Sharon and I began to joke that Xenakis was the gift that keeps on giving. And that was certainly true today. I feel like each person here, each of you, just provided something so valuable that expanded, I know for me, I'm speaking for myself, my own perceptions, and there's a lot great food for thought, and I'm really, really totally grateful to all of you for doing this. So I also want to, I guess it's time for thank yous, and I want to thank you to CUNY for hosting us. Clap, clap, clap. To the Brooks Center and to Barbara McKenzie for being a wonderful, not just representing the Brooks Center, a wonderful partner. Also to Olga for also being a great moderator of the second section. And I want to thank Steve Thomas in the Media Center for helping us set up. And of course, above all, a huge hand for Pedro, who, believe me, this would have been total chaos if it wasn't for. Also, our gratitude to Amy, Martha, and Laura for helping behind the scenes put everything together. So thank you to them. But above all, again, as you said, a huge hand to Sharon, who's brought us all together, really, as well as, helping continue helping to continue the work of Xenakis, which is so key in all of our lives. So thank you, Sharon. Thank you. And thank you in the audience for spending time with us either here and also online, luxuriating in some amazing thoughts, and we hope to see you soon. Thanks.
All right. I figured, some people would be in the back.
What? Shower? Well, just take a picture. We're all about the same height. And then